What do we got going over there? There's a creature that has eaten poor BT.
Bone. Bone. Bone.
Hello, everybody. Dagoth, it's good to see you too, sir. It's good to be back. I missed you all dearly. Except for bandwidth and banter, but a couple of great episodes, and but man, D&D was not having D&D last Saturday was rough. It was rough. I'm glad to be back, and it's also on top of that, the previous one, because we had to cut it short because of power outage issues. Luckily, B&B worked out yesterday. And your internet outage for the whole day, right up until the last minute, practically.
Literally, I was sitting in my yard with my mom. I was just sitting there, and my mom had her little, her little Apple Watch on, and she's just like, "Where are my glasses? Go! The internet's back on! Go, 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 go!" And I'm like,
that's funny.
Convenient that it was just for Elden Ring.
I didn't experience any internet issues.
it was my whole town. It wasn't the whole county. It was my whole town.
Wow.
Prove it.
I'll send you the screenshot right now. Hold on.
I don't need the screenshot, woman.
Yeah.
You man.
Alex, hello.
After the stream.
By the way, how's the music? Is it too loud? Is it overpowering you guys, or is it good to go? I mean,
hey, Alex.
They can't hear it, but let us know if the music seems too loud. But here we go. Oh my gosh, Besizzlin' Brett, 22 months. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Greetings to the adventurer. On that note, welcome one and all back to Storm Saga Games, our DragonMetal Saga D&D campaign. It's good to be back. I'm your host, StormyD, and Dungeon Master. And with me, I have the finest friends and D&D role players that I've been able to play with ever. So let's start off with intros. Right across the way, we're gonna work backwards. The guy who's trying to avoid not being seen. Yes, you. Banana Tom, please introduce yourself, sir.
He was petting the dog.
Hi, I'm BT, and I'm playing Sindri, the sorcerer, rock gnome.
Perfect. Well said, sir. Right up there next to him, behind it's you. Yes, you, the other fuzzy bearded face man. He's not a fuzzy bearded face man.
Hang on, she's the fuzzy bearded chest girl.
She's got a fuzzy beard on her chest. Ew.
So Fate tells me.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. There
goes my mustache. Hold on.
There goes the mustache. Fuzzy bearded man, who are you? Ma'am.
I am BT, and I like to randomly distract Druid by petting my dog and dancing. So, just that's what I do. Hi, I'm Druid IRL, and I play not Fern. I almost said Fern. I almost regressed. I play Thyra. Who is, might be an ASMR, totally human. Who's ASMR Rune Knight.
That was awesome how you jumped in front of the actual fuzzy bearded man. But that's okay. Thank you.
He kept pointing at me, so I did it.
I did.
Good for you. You took charge.
Yes. Yeah. I delegated something I'm working on.
Okay. Okay. Well, delegate to yourself now. It's your turn.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate, and I am playing Merrik, who is a human. Spellslinger. Wizard.
Murderer.
Well said.
I didn't kill them. Thyra did. And this is Echo. He knows who did it.
Can you re-describe what Echo looks like?
Echo looks like this. What?
Is he like legitimately like a little white owl, or
Right? Yeah, it's a little white,
A little baby white owl.
barn owl, right?
okay.
Yes.
Color his eyes?
Eh,
Blue.
Crystal blue.
Okay, just double checking in case we forgot.
Got to get these details.
dare you.
These aesthetics are important to people so they can visualize it.
Yes. And then here's his butt.
And here's his butt. All right. Your turn.
My turn?
Your turn.
Hi everybody, itsStarkitty, and I play the Grey Elf Ranger Drake Warden named Shae. And I don't have a prop for Milo yet.
We're trying to find a purple cat.
Dragon.
Well, the cat dragon might be impossible, but if we can just find a purple cat, that would be fine. That's going to be a tough call. Can't be too light.
I got you.
Huh?
I can find you a nice PNG for the meantime.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's a thought. It's a thought. I like it. All right. Well, now that intros are aside, welcome one and all. It's good to be back and good to have you back. I see all you wonderful folks from Ryan and Jolter, Spiper, and all of the above. All you not actual Simon, you're amazing. Thank you, Alex. All of you for
Daddy
joining us
Dagoth.
tonight. And of course, the Daddy Dagoth himself. I'm sorry we've been deprived of each other for these 2 long weeks, Daddy Dagoth. But it was worth it. Wednesday, we're going to be doing a Stormy return stream. I'm going to be starting early on Wednesday, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's going to be a community day. We're going to play some Goose Goose Duck. We're going to play some, probably some Lethal Company, maybe some Guards on it. We'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear. And I'm probably going to share some details about my trip as well. My trip down to Corpus Christi and South Padre. And maybe some pics and videos. As long as she can convince me that my videos aren't too cringy, I might show them. Or maybe because they're cringy, I should show them. I don't know.
Thank you,
There
Anonymous,
it
for the
is.
gifted sub.
What was that, hon?
So thank you, Anonymous,
Thank
for
you
the
to-
gifted sub.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, thank you, Anonymous.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Non.
So,
Embrace the cringe.
Embrace-
Whenever I hear the word cringe, I do think of Ryan saying that every single time. I am cringe.
DeMarco's here too. Welcome, DeMarco 9000. It's an honor to have you. All right. So,
Cough on me.
as I said, Wednesday Community Day. Also, another neat announcement. So during the Wednesday Community Day stream, be sure to come check out everything that's going on. Like I said, it's going to be my big return stream. And we're going to make some really cool announcements that day about future stuff, including spoiler teaser, not really spoiler teaser because we all know it's coming, the 11th, next Saturday. Sorry to say there won't be D&D again because we're going to be supporting Kieran Shikado on his birthday stream on Saturday the 11th from 7 a.m. Central Time to 7 p.m. Central Time. So we'll be supporting him as much as we can. And I'm sorry,
Settle
but
down.
you know, that's okay.
That is okay.
It will give me even more time to prepare more interesting things. I mean, I already have them prepared here, but fleshing them out will be even better. So that means that tonight, because we missed some last week, and we're gonna miss next week. We're gonna do some expositioning tonight. These two can't help but break each other. It's just the way it goes, I guess.
Yep.
We are not allowed to skip Tuesdays again. I'm just saying.
Skipping Tuesdays makes hard work. I have tears and everything.
Damn it.
BT and I are never allowed to skip a Tuesday.
That's all you said.
I can't even hear what Fate said. What'd you say, Fate?
Just go. Like, that's it. Can't even get a sentence out. Can't even fucking breathe. Breathe, dude.
Let's continue on.
Okay.
I just won't look at BT.
Okay.
Good luck.
I agree, Ryan. I adore us too. So, where were we? What was I saying? I lost track of what I was saying. Someone get me back on track.
Oh, no D&D on Saturday because we're celebrating Kieran's birthday.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right. No D&D Saturday because of Kieran's birthday. But then we'll be back hard at it afterwards, and barring anything else, we're gonna be solid D&D for months at a time after that. So, because honestly, it's a big deal for us to miss it. I want you guys to know that it really is. It's kind of Druid in Fate and Starkitty and I, and hopefully BT will eventually come to feel this way too. It's not just a hobby; it's a way of life. It's like a part of life for us. It's a way for us to de-stress from and unplug from the banality of reality. So it's kind of it's a sanity improver. So anywho, all right. Speaking of, let's talk about what happened last week. Well, not last week, but the week before last.
The week before.
Right.
Well, the last week, yeah.
The last session. We the party members finally made their way to New Delphia in the world of Progentica, and were assailed in their senses by the modernish city. It's very much like a modern 21st century city, except instead of technology evolving, magic tech evolved. So there's no electronics, there's no industrial mechanics. I mean, there's some moving part machinery, but it's very rare. But it's very much a magic centered. There's all the different races in the world, but the interesting thing about this world is that the people that live here can't use magic and don't have special enhanced abilities like the adventurers do. They can use magic technology, and magic technology can be designed and created in this world, but they don't have powers. The very few that are born with powers in Progentica, they do end up becoming realm runners and become sort of celebrity superheroes of the world. And our adventurers are kind of the opposite of that. They actually came from the four Barbary worlds, the four lower lattice worlds in this multiverse, and which is a unique thing. No one has ever done that before, and but because of that, they're operating under false identities that were given to them by Mr. Abenaki, and then they have met Grimbane at Malden's Pit, which was his bar and restaurant and barbecue joint, apparently. And it turns out that he helps unlicensed realm runners. He also helps realm runners get licensed. He helps there's stuff he does in the background on the side that's not necessarily legal, but is kind of ignored by law enforcement for multiple different reasons. And he is a fixer who can help them get missions, basically realm runner missions, with the intention of traveling back to their worlds and testing their powers and capabilities and testing their ability to be able to stay back in their own worlds and see what things are about, and hopefully be able to, forge their own destiny. And that's where we're at. He set them up with temporary apartments. Well, not actually temporary. I mean, they're they're temporary for however long they decide that they want to keep them. And at first they are available to them at no charge. After a period of time, then they will have to start paying rent. And that's the gist of it. They were trying to figure out the weird tech in their apartments, they Merrik had while Sindri was digging in under the sink and behind the refrigerator trying to take it apart to figure it out. Thyra was standing next to her refrigerator in the freezer, just sticking her head in the freezer. And Miss Shae was just watching this with glee and comedy.
And confusion.
And Merrik ran next door to meet with their neighbor whose name is John Tybalt, aka the Crit Master, a retired disabled realm runner. He met him. He's a kind of a stout, crotchety old dude with a long twirly mustache and kind of a dark skin and dark hair, and of course a lot of it's grayed because he's older, and wrinkles. Looks very wrinkled, like he's been out in the sun a lot, damaged his skin, and he's missing a leg. And he offered to assist the folks. Hello, arigato gozaimasu. Thank you for the follow. He offered to assist the folks with their apartment woes, to answer their questions. Of course, from his mind, he thought he'd be answering questions about realm running, but apparently they need even more basic information than that, as in, how do you make this thing in this apartment work?
What is this contraption?
Yeah, how do I not break shit? So that's the plan. That's where we're at. Did I leave anything else out that was worth noting? No? Okay. All right, so then we're gonna... Are we under agreement that she's always going last from now on? Is that the new plan?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. We're all on board with that? Okay. All right. Well then, that makes it easier. I only have to roll a 6-sided die for the 3 of you to see who goes first, second, and third. So we're gonna have the players recount to us what stood out most to their character from the last session. And that is gonna start with Fate.
I'm glad it still works. After all this time, still get put on the fucking spot, man.
Way.
No way, I got me. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that just that hit just right. That was super effective. Well, I don't know what any of this is. They're gonna break this shit, and I'm gonna have to fucking pay for it. Well, I think I need the crit master. Okay. And he's just like 1,000-yard stare, just lost.
I thought you were going to say John Cena.
No. Can't see me. Especially when I do this. Now I'm hidden.
No, you're supposed to cover your eyes. Because, if you can't see us, we can't see you. There you go. Now you're invisible. We can't see you. All right.
Wait, Drew's cheating on you. There's a random bearded man. Oh, wait, it is Fate. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. He was hiding in the shadows.
Okay, black man. What?
She'll hurt me if I do it. I can keep it going for far longer than it needs to.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
So, Thyra, it's your turn. Druid, Thyra.
All I know is that I really like this barbecue joint. The rest of this, I can do without.
Okay.
That's it. That's really what stood out to her.
All right, fair enough.
We did.
BT, Sindri.
There's some very interesting things around here. But I still need to find a moment to take a look at that pipe thing. But I feel like I need to do that while everyone else is asleep, because they might stop me. We'll see about it. I will learn its secrets. I will learn all of the secrets. Glad this place had good food. Keeps everyone safe from Thyra. Sindri out.
Gotcha. Okay.
Dick
Shae's
drop.
next.
Dear Journal, it's me, Shae. Malden's pit is not what I was expecting. No one fell in, so I guess it's okay. And it's a good thing. Malden's pit is a what's the word? Tavern. Yeah, that's it. It's a place that has food, people, and music. It reminds Shae of the Screaming Goat back home. Yes, but with a lot of less drunk people fighting. P.S. Mr. Grimbane was scary. He knew so much about us, things that I didn't even know. And he was able to read stuff on his wrist, which confused me. It's some sort of magic, apparently. P.S. We have a new home. It's an interesting building that has a moving magical closet. Our home has some weird stuff, but Mr. Sindri and Miss Thyra seem to like the big cooling box. Speaking of Miss Thyra, I wonder if she's gonna sleep in front of the door again, like she did at Mr. Abe's place. P.P.P.S. Shae's not ready for tests. Shae doesn't like tests. Journal wish Shae luck.
Okay.
Journal wish.
I love it.
No.
That's good. Oh, man.
You're welcome.
Better watch out. You're going to cause Druid to come over here and strangle you. Cute aggression.
This aggression.
Somebody get that lady a cow. Stat!
Literally, just like, but if I had a Highland cow, everyone would be safe.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for coming. This is the part where we're going to jump into the role play, and we like to focus as much as possible. And so that means we're going to go chat dark until the intermission, and we'll be back in probably an hour and a half, 2 hours at most.
It's okay, guys. Don't worry. I missed reading out Shae's journal entries too. So you guys aren't the only ones.
All right. Well, so since we had some lost time last week, we've all kind of agreed to exposition a few things. The bottom line is that evening, much to his surprise, John Tybalt, you guys asked him how to handle things in the apartment. He was thinking you guys were going to ask him questions about realm running, and eventually you do get to that later on that evening. But first, he kind of has to give you a rundown of everything that happens, everything that is usable in the apartments. And of course, Merrik and Sindri asking tons of questions. Merrik,
As he does this, Merrik, does the notes and everything, and then sticks the instructions on fucking everything.
Okay. Okay, so he asks for
So
some
everything
paper
just
and
has
a
a
pen.
step-by-step.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, since you want to do that, he shows you how there's actually a cool little vid screen you can activate on the front of the fridge that is a touch screen, and you can basically set up so that what's displayed there all the time is instructions on how to use stuff, and people can just. He shows you all this stuff, and you're like, he's looking at you guys while you're showing. He's like, where did they find y'all under a rock?
I'm sure he's
Well.
like, you're still using quill and ink? What?
Big Buddy sure did go deep on trying to find you all out in the boonies, didn't they? So, yeah.
Yes.
Well, all right. We need to go over your knowledge then. He talks to you all at length late into the night. Not too crazy late because you need to get some sleep before the next day. But as Grimbane had shared with you guys, it's going to be late. It's not going to be early morning. It's going to be around 11ish when he's going to take you all. So that's fine. Gives you some extra time to prepare either at night or in the morning. You all just stay up at night preparing. Tybalt explains to you that there's going to be a written test, a physical capabilities test, which is like, what sort of powers and magic abilities you might have, and then a transporter technology compatibility test. He explains to you that the written test, that might be your toughest part. And he asks you guys all kind of questions, and he kind of gauges your knowledge and thinks, okay, well, you're probably going to be all right then, I suppose. You all have some weaknesses about some of the worlds, but in particular strengths of others. So you're all specialists. That's going to be all right. And so you all work well together. Yeah, you have a question?
What's a specialist?
Somebody who focuses on doing one thing really, really well, better than the others.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, he kind of tells you the questions will basically be kind of knowledge about, about the worlds, but also knowledge about the rules. And so this might be something worth taking notes on. Druid and Starkitty.
Reaching for the notebook.
Once you sign on to be a realm runner, I was gonna say BT too, but you said you have no more pins, so.
They exist, but I think they're in a different realm right now.
Hopefully they're not in the realm of your pupper's stomach.
Yeah, they're probably still in the supernal.
Yeah, in the
supernal firmament.
Once you have
Tabernacle's got 'em.
confirmed, once you've passed all the tests and confirmed your provisional license, you have to sign off and agree to particular rules. They're like laws, and you will be punished severely for breaking them effectively, and your license revoked. And that is, when you are traveling into the Barbary worlds, the lower realms, you are basically always to be considered undercover or incognito. You are never to reveal the existence of Progentica. You are to adhere to the specific rules of the mission given to you by whichever contractor you are contracting with, whichever one of the Omega corporations you have a contract with at that time for that mission. Depending on your experience level, you will be given missions that fit your experience level, because they have figured out that lower experience. It's not even about how difficult a mission is, but really about how long it would take, because they have figured out that less experienced realm runners cannot stay in the Barbary worlds for very long periods of time. And the more experienced you become, the longer you can stay. And if you remember correctly, you might have taken this note, but I'll tell you again, it's 3 times your proficiency bonus is how many days that you can stay. Yes?
I just happened to glance over and said, I'll say the music is Joltzer says, I'll say the music is a tad bit louder than usual.
Is it overwhelming us? If so, I will turn it down some.
Yeah, I would say pull it down just a smidge.
You had it at 10 last time.
Yeah. It's about too loud. How's that? Is that better? It's hard to, it's not very, it's like, it's this slider that's super hard to.
No, yeah. No, we're good. Okay.
Does that seem
Cool.
Does that seem better, Zolter? Thank you for that feedback. That's great
Yeah.
feedback.
Yeah, I was also listening to it a little bit. I could see what he's saying. It didn't completely overpower us, but it was a little distracting comparatively.
Absolutely, I can get that.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. Zolter is amazing. We love you, brother. All right. So, where were we? You
The
were-
days equal 3 times the proficiency bonus.
Right. That's how long. That's how long you should be able to stay before you are automatically shunted back to Progentica. Furthermore, while you are in Progentica, you are unless you have the what was I called it the last time? Bear with me a sec here. It's the wrong. Oh, that's not it either. I forget this. I gave it a specific name, but the unless you have the advanced license from Berta, you are not allowed to use your powers within Progentica unless you're on in an official capacity for one of the Omega Corps, or you're in what would be considered an emergency situation where you were, had to use your abilities to defend yourself against somebody else with powered abilities. If that makes sense.
Or guns.
Well, basically, no. The rules state that you are not allowed to use your powers unless you're in an emergency situation against somebody else who's powered. So if somebody else has, now obviously, if your ability is a passive ability, that's different. But you're not allowed to, again, once you've reached the point where you have one of the more advanced licenses, then it's okay. But basically it's a way that they keep things. What?
Bubba, thank you for the raid.
Oh, Bubba Lone with the raid. Thank you. Bubba, it's so good to see you, buddy. And your folks. Thank you for joining. All right. Trying to think the other rules. I'm sure I'm forgetting some of them, but the bottom line is once you're traveling in the Barbary worlds and doing missions, keep things a secret. Do not reveal that you're from another world. Do not reveal the existence of other worlds. In the world that you're in, assume that you were meant to pretend that you're undercover, that you are also from that world. Unless you meet somebody who is already privy to that information and they can prove it. Even then, it's best to avoid the conversations whatsoever. Also, of course, keep the interests of the Omega Corporation that you're working for each mission a secret when you're done with their missions. You can't reveal, you know. The idea is that there are going to be times you're going to be working for Omega Corps that might be at odds with other ones that you've worked for before. But when you're undergoing each individual mission, that contract will be binding at that time until the mission quest is fulfilled. Yes.
NDAs?
Like
yeah, basically you have some NDA.
Yeah, basically, that's exactly right. And so he explains all that to you. And thank you for the lurk, Bubba, and thank you for the raid, brother. He explains those things to you, helps you grill those into your head. Shae has a harder time with it, but eventually you all get it nailed down pretty good. It's not because she's not smart, because she is. It's just it's a lot of information. Yeah. And
Too much information.
he explains that that during the physical part of the exam, don't hold back. You know, make sure that you try and show them the most that you're capable of. Really push yourself, because it will help them gauge what missions you're capable of, so they don't, you know, push you too far or not far enough, if that makes sense. Yes, questioned first Druid and then Fate.
Will these combat sessions be individual or group sessions?
Well, it's more like not necessarily a combat session, more along the lines of, you know, he explains that they are a combat training session. So they'll have gear and equipment set up that you will be able to show off your abilities with. It won't be an actual like a combat so much as just showing off your capabilities as if you were in training, if that makes sense. Yes.
So individual.
Correct, individual. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Fate.
Yeah, I imagine this seems like a really dumb question, but we are applying as a group, that they wouldn't try to split us up.
Oh no, yes, he says that's a good question, Farrer.
Right.
But the Bureau, they're a licensing arm of the syndicate. So all they do is provide you with official licensing and the capability. You know, at that point, then you can take on the different missions. So it's going to be up to you whom you team with or not. If you all want to always stick together as a team, he explains that that will hurt you for some missions. It might, you know, close you out of some missions, but it will also open you up for some other ones. So ultimately, what matters most is what will work best for you guys, since you all want to stick together as a team. And he says he respects that and thinks that, you know, if you are decent at all and work out your tactics, the fact that you all want to stick together means you will probably have successful careers. And he wishes, you know, he tells you, hope this doesn't ever happen to you. You know, patting on his empty knee. Shae.
So what happens if somebody doesn't pass all portions of the test?
If you can't pass all portions of the test, you will not be given your provisional license.
Can you take the test again?
Yes, you can retake the test again in 6 months. She seems nervous
You
about
will
that.
be fine.
So that night,
You'll be fine.
you guys go over stuff with her, and she still seems nervous, but she's got it just as well as the rest of you do. Again, some of the knowledge test stuff is about the different worlds, and he's surprised by how much some of you know about certain worlds and how little some of you know about other worlds. He thinks that if you can really focus in and hone in on how much you know about certain worlds, on the test, since it's a total aggregate, that will, what you do well on will override what you don't do well on. Yes.
For help, Merrik passes out the notes that he took on everybody in the very beginning when we were learning about each other. Just for
On physical pieces of paper. In front of dude.
Well, no, this would have been after he left.
Oh, true.
Like we're discussing amongst ourselves now. I'm assuming he's left by this point.
If that's the case, yeah, you guys would eventually.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Looks like she needs.
And then I will.
Eh,
What are you doing?
I need to sneeze.
Yeah, we're out.
Be right back. I can hear.
Okay, no problem. She's got to go get a towel or a paper towel.
I don't know. And then I'll also do the 10 minutes to as soon as Johns leaves. No, it's not Johns, but it's Johns to me, man. As soon as he leaves, I take 10 minutes and do cast alarm on the door.
Okay.
I set the trigger to be anybody, so I'll know if one of them tries to leave.
Okay.
Like, very clear. This will let me know if anybody comes in or comes out.
Okay.
Including you.
All right. Of course, he asks Sindri and Merrik ask him tons of questions about the tech in the place. There's these weird picture frame things on the wall, big giant picture frame things, and he explains that with your smart device, you all can use that for entertainment purposes, but you can also use it for gathering information and such. Basically, it's like an LCD screen on the wall, only made to be magical. Arigato gozaimasu! Thank you, Karen Shikado.
Thank you, Karen, for the resub.
So Sindri can use that. Like the moment he gets a chance, he's gonna enlarge himself so he can actually use the screen.
He doesn't have to. It's not like there's a panel you can use.
Oh, it's interactive. I misunderstood that.
Yeah. Sorry, and you can either use it interactively with a pad that is basically synced with it, or you can also use gesture motions, which is kind of minority style, with some of the holographic projections. So there's lots of different ways to use the tech. It's very impressive. And of course, he explains the refrigerator and the cooling and the water, plumbing, all that stuff. And you're all amazed that you can take these infinitely long hot showers. And or Thyra can bathe in ice cold water if she wants to.
She's like, Miss Thyra, we could probably make it even colder with this ice cubes.
But there's only a few of them, so it doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah.
Lot that counts.
So basically, that whole night, you all you get decent sleep, but not a lot of sleep because you're up late, and then of course the anxiety of the next day. And was there anything other questions or anything you wanted to go before we just did the exposition for the next part?
Yes. So,
go ahead.
Yeah. So late into the evening, before bed, Merrik is gonna go find Thyra. Thyra.
Yes.
Do you have a moment?
I do.
Do you have a moment to talk privately?
Yes.
Excellent. Find a private spot. Maybe the balcony. That'd be kind of cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly, the balcony view is of an alleyway, so it's not that exciting, but it's doable, usable.
Yeah. This is an odd question, but how do you deal with killing somebody else?
Was that your first time?
Well, technically, I didn't kill him. You did. However, yes. I've dealt with monsters and things and such, but never actually taken a life like that.
Just remember that it was either their life or yours. It was their life or Shae's. They made the choice to attack an unarmed, untrained.
Commoner.
Baffling.
But you don't feel any sense of regret.
No. Why would I?
I don't know. I feel I might be afraid that this would hold me back,
Will you?
to hesitate. Just want to know. How do you just compartmentalize it, or do you just not care? I don't mean that brashly.
I obviously care. But in that moment, would you actually have let that man, that creature, that monster, hold that weapon to the face of somebody clearly not prepared? Would that have been okay?
No.
Do you think they would have stopped if we asked them?
No, I understand the need to have to act. It's just, yeah. I've never had to take it that far on something else that is, though probably not nearly as intelligent as me, but you get the idea.
One thing my father said is sometimes you have to talk to your ancestors and ask them for guidance. They'll often come back to you in dreams. It'll take time. The first kill's never easy. You'll be fine, Merrik. You're smart. Maybe too smart. Maybe that's your problem. Think about it too much. Have a drink. Go to sleep.
Sorry.
No, that's great. So while oh, I'm sorry. You still going?
No.
Okay.
Thyra pats him on the back and then goes inside and leaves him on the balcony.
While this was going on, though, was there any kind of role play that Sindri and Shae wanted to do by chance?
Shae is probably sitting in the same room with Mr. Sindri as he's trying to figure out this panel.
Playing with the,
Sindri is completely and utterly. There's nothing else happening in the world apart from him investigating the technology.
All right, roll me your. Can I borrow your character sheet?
And while Mr. Sindri's doing that, Shae's just like telling Milo, "Oh, what do you think he's doing? Why is he like waving his hands like that? He casting a spell?"
Man, what equivalent?
Intelligence?
I mean,
Investigation?
yeah, I mean, he's
Insight?
investigating, yeah.
Technically, would it come under survival being in this world?
No, I mean, I see your logic there. I do,
It
philosophically.
doesn't benefit me being survival, but it would just a curious.
No, I can see philosophically how it could be survival, but I think investigation is fine. That's one of your better ones anyway, right? You have the whole...
With technology, yes.
yeah. So, yeah, since you have the expertise there, I'm going to let you go ahead and roll that, okay?
Just double check what it is. Twice proficiency, yeah. Come on, first dice roll. Da-da-da-da. 24.
Nice.
Beast
Yeah,
is-
so you're able to, you know, of course, you had gotten instructions from Mr. Tybalt earlier anyway. So he lets you play with it, and you have picked it up pretty well and pretty quickly, and you're going hog wild. And, you know, there's different channels for entertainment. There's different sites that you can go to for information about the world, whether it be history, whatever. there's a whole, he does show you that there's a particular site you can go to that's dedicated to Realm Runner missions, but that you don't have,
It's look then.
but you don't have access to it because
searches
you
off.
don't have your provisional licenses yet. Once you do have your provisional license, your you will be given a special magical armband that will allow you to access different
Paid TV shows?
huh?
Paid channels?
You two are
No, it's
filthy.
not. It's not a porn pass.
No, you're just watching HBO.
Yeah, no. All right. So where were we?
Once Sindri's got to grips with that, he'd turn around and like, Shae,
Yes, yes.
is there anything that you want to have a look at that we can see if this gives us any answers to? I think I've got to grips with this now. And thank you for allowing me to get lost in that.
I was just as lost and confused as you were, but it was pretty cool. I thought she was casting a spell, but
It feels like that.
how about other taverns nearby, or places to eat foods?
Okay, I'm sure we can find a way to ask it that.
Yes.
Finds his way to the Oracle.
Yeah, you find your way to oracle.com, and they have a feature called Oracle Maps that allows you to find pretty much anything that you want nearby just
Yeah.
by searching for restaurants near me.
We gotta make sure that they at least serve meat, so we can keep Miss Thyra happy.
It appears they have pictures of certain foods, and there's pictures from the restaurant as well. Some even have a menu, but not all of them. I'm guessing they're the sketchy places.
Ooh.
That's
wait.
food.
What is that? Where is that steakhouse? That one's there?
Yeah, that's a steakhouse.
Yeah, it says Brazilian Steakhouse.
Ooh, we might not want to take Milo there. Apparently they serve dragon steak.
But you read closer and find that it's not actual dragon steak. They call it that because it's in honor of the dragons.
Oh, how close is this steakhouse?
It's a few blocks away.
It seems like it gives us the route to it, which I presume we can
mean like
follow
a map?
pretty well.
That's so cool. Maybe
Wait,
we should go there.
DM question.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have the technological armbands? I can't remember from
No,
last
you
time.
don't get the armbands until you get
we
your
don't have them
provisional
for
license.
stuff. Yeah, right.
Now, technically speaking, you can
So we would just have
purchase
to
these
recall.
kinds of devices, but you guys don't have enough funds to do that right now.
Yeah. Okay. So as long as we can memorize these directions, I think we can find our way there. And looking
would
at the pictures, I think it's safe to say Thyra will be more than happy with this choice.
Oh, on that note, I have to make a note. Some of the other rules are that for each world that you go to, you need to dress in garb that would match that world. You are never to leave technology behind in those worlds from Progentica or from the other Barbary worlds. Whatever you go in with must come back with you. So, kind of important. Just for the sake of them not, that whole not revealing stuff. Go ahead, Fate.
This is completely like not in character. Just the vibe. Have you ever watched the movie Timeline?
Is that the one where the what's his
Is it the
what's
Paul Walker movie?
no?
Yeah, where he goes back in time to the medieval world. There's Gerard Butler in it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that whole premise was like you don't take anything back with you for that reason. And someone did, and it caused problems.
Right.
I'm hearing this, and I'm just like, someone's gonna bring a fucking grenade, Sindri, and it's gonna go south, just like the movie.
Sindri definitely doesn't have a shotgun.
He doesn't, because Merrik does right now.
Right.
Actually, he's got a metal boom boom stick, but I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I just can't get that movie image out of my head with this context, which I beautiful.
It's been a while since I've seen that one. I had to think about it for a second.
Anyway,
all right.
thank you for coming to my.
Ooh,
Are you
that
gonna read
raises
Ultimate?
one question actually for the
Oh,
DM.
Yeah.
Because disguised self actually disguises everything that I'm wearing or holding and such. If I was holding said shotgun,
So
would that be
that's a
disguised
very
too?
good
Because
question.
it's-
Your character, of course, would have asked him that. The answer is that none of the tech in Progentica works in the Barbary worlds.
Okay.
The only exception to that is the wristbands that you guys are going to be carrying have a material built into them that basically keeps them cloaked when they're outside. It's an enchanted material that that makes it so that people can't even see that you're wearing them, and they can't even use magic to see that you're wearing a magic device. It's
So
like
that in itself's basically got like the disguised self on your arm.
yeah, for that device. But yeah, and the thing. Oh, and to answer your question about the disguised self, that won't necessarily fly. It can work for you and help,
At
but
distance.
the thing is that obviously there are people in the Barbary worlds who have the ability to see magic, and they would and or detect it, and so they would be able to know that you're disguised. And if they happen to see so any Progentica clothing or gear needs to stay behind, and you will be provided with mission gear. That's now obviously your main gear that you guys get on those worlds, as long as it isn't something that seems completely out of place in one of the other worlds, will be okay. As long on and I'm glad that we're bringing this up on the missions, you can keep gear that you find as long as it's not on the mission parameters checklist of items you're supposed to be bringing back. Items of exceptional power that you might find will be investigated and confiscated by the Omega Corp that you're working for, and maybe returned back to you if it's of exceptional power, like an artifact or a relic of some kind. But pretty much any gear that you find in the Barbary worlds, you can use. For the most part, they've found that you can hide strange-looking armor or weaponry in different ways under clothing or whatnot, and people won't necessarily think anything of it. The Barbary worlds, the lower lattice worlds, are enough similar to each other that there's some overlap. But but clothing and tech from Progentica, it's a big no-no.
That kind of works out for Sindri anyway, because he likes his kind of fancy clothing.
Right.
There's a reason he's got all these little fancy stitching and everything.
Yes, I love this little. I know it's not the right color skin, but I love this little model that we got for him.
Flare down!
It is Shae.
Oh yeah.
Shae's model isn't on an actual base, so she falls down all the time.
An elder god just knocked out Shae.
Yes, Goo accidentally gave her a slap.
It's okay as long as Shae doesn't come back as undead.
All right.
Thyra wants blood against the elder god.
Okay.
I have another little quick question. So, you say that the oracles will still work in the Barbary worlds?
No,
because they have
so
material.
The wristband tech, the only function it has in the Barbary worlds is as part of the functionality of getting back. You can actually use it.
Okay. Otherwise, it's
right. If you need to get back ahead of time, you can activate it, and there will be a 1 hour countdown timer for it to communicate back with Progentica and get you out of there as a sort of emergency measure. But you're usually, if you're doing that, it better be to be a big emergency, because otherwise you will be doxed pay for doing so, because it costs the Omega Corporation a lot of money in mana usage to be able to do an emergency pullout. But if you just wait the time out, you guys are so dirty-minded. Both of them broke at the same damn time. And Shae's like not even understanding. All right. All right. So where was I?
Apparently, emergency pullouts aren't always effective.
Yeah. Okay. Come on now.
maybe that's when you want to use it so you can emergency pull out.
Yeah. You just wait your time out. After you've done with a mission, you can wait your time out and get out that way. If it's not, now if it's in the mission provision that you were to get it done as quickly as possible and then initiate the pullout, that's different, right? Sometimes the parameter will say that. And obviously there'll be situations where, maybe your mission is partially failed. You have the item, but you're on the run against who wants it back. You can use the emergency pullout or whatever. So,
We'd stop calling it that. Emergency evac.
Okay. But it really literally does magically pull you out of that world. So that's why I'm calling it the emergency pullout. You guys, hell and be damned with your naughty minds.
Can we just call it the Plan B then?
So I do have to ask, since Shae and Sindri are exploring the Oracle, comes across something. Mr. Sindri, why is that picture moving?
Yeah, eventually you guys find all kinds of entertainment. Well, the guide would have shown you, Tavolt would have shown you guys the entertainment channels. It would be basically, you can either have a flat vision on the screen or have it projected out into a holographic image. And it's basically like movies and shows and
I'm just wondering if we're going to get caught in the whole, TikTok, YouTube shorts train of like, next one.
Scrolling.
I can totally see that, yeah. Eventually, maybe that's the case, but all right. Was there any other comments or questions? Okay. So then, the next morning arrives. You all are a bit groggy. You only got maybe 4+ hours of sleep, but it's enough, you know.
That's enough for Shae.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thyra did sleep in front of the bedroom door.
Oh, in front of the
Throwing that
bedroom
out
door,
there.
but not the apartment door.
No.
Oh, I can't put an alarm on 2 spots, huh?
No.
Or can I?
No.
Can I? Does it
No.
say that I can't?
Yeah. The spell it's one
20-foot cube.
activation, one casting of the spell. If you cast it again, it's just
Twice.
so.
Okay, never mind.
Remember, you have 2 different adjoining apartments, so you basically now you could technically, you can whatever the area of the spell is, you could designate both apartments as one area if you wanted to, if the 2 apartments would fit in the area of the spell. What's the area? Of the
So-
spell?
We're side by side, right?
Yeah,
You
the
could, like,
apartments are
alarm in
adjoining.
front.
They're adjoining through it, and there's a door that adjoins them because remember this was a retrofitted hotel.
Yeah.
So
It's a 20-foot cube, so as if both doors would be
you could get both front doors with it.
doors. Okay, then I will do that.
Luckily, nothing happens that night. No one tries to break in or anything like that. In the morning, when you guys are going downstairs to the to rendezvous with Grimbane at Molden's Pit, you pass by a sweet Scottish couple named Hans and Greta on the right, and they say, "Oh, you're the new ones. How do you all doing? You getting settled in? Are you going to be here long?"
Hi.
Yeah, we're getting along. We'll probably be here for quite some time.
Hans, this is Greta. If we can help you out, we'd be glad to. No problem at all.
Thank you, much appreciated. I'm Merrik. This is Thyra.
Hello.
That's Sindri.
Hi.
Shae. And then we've got Milo and Echo. So
The lady's like, "Oh,
sorry.
they're so adorable. Can I pet them?"
Shae holding up Milo's hand and is waving.
Echo's not the most friendly type. Bold-faced lie. Merrik is just protective.
Well, you guys meet them in passing, and they wish you good luck, and you guys head on your way. And you meet with Grimbane, who he says he's personally taking you. He takes you down some stairs out of a different part of Molden's Pit into a garage area that's attached underneath. And there's a one of those weird floaty carriages that are of strange metal design. And this one's bigger though. You'd seen a few bigger ones. Basically, it's like a sort of an SUV, something that can fit several people. More like a conversion
Like a
van.
stretch limo.
I would say this is more like a conversion van. He says, "I use this for taking care of folks, getting them out of awkward situations. Don't worry, it's fully cloaked and licensed. Plus, like I said, I have a deal with local law enforcement, so it's not an issue. Now, I will share once we make it to Big Berta, the bureau, to start your process. Once we're inside, I know the manager there will get it going pretty well. We'll have to be careful though, because well, let's just say I'm not exactly the most popular person with law enforcement, but maybe we'll be lucky and it won't be an issue. So don't worry, I'm sure it'll work out." And you all climb into this floaty conversion van, very plain looking, and the garage door opens, you float on out. And then what you find interesting is he goes out, but doesn't go out all the way out to the street where you'd seen all, the other vehicles kind of whizzing by and stuff. Instead, the vehicle starts to float quickly upward. And he says, don't worry, this one's fully licensed for second tier travel. So basically, just like I had said before, there's a whole layer up above. There's like 2 additional layers of cars that are flying cars, like a different roadway, only in the air. And you can see they've set up interesting like light posts and stuff along the walls of buildings and stuff. And there's even some in areas where there aren't buildings that are just like floating lights. And but what you're terrified by, but besides the fact that you're now flying, 100 feet in the air or more, is that this vehicle seems even faster than the cab that you, or not the cab, but the goober you guys had taken the other day. And you're just like, he's like zoom, and then turns, and it just zoom. It's like this, I don't know, it's crazy how fast he's making his way through the city. And you can, at first, when you're gonna make the turns, you start to feel that kind of pull of a turn like you would from the G-forces of gravity. But you get something happens, and you get he says, I've got this outfitted for full G kinetic gyroscopic conversion, so should dampen any kind of inertial problems that you have. And you guys are like, I don't understand what he just said. But basically you get the sense that what's happening is it's some sort of magical device in the van is creating a counterbalance to the inertia that would make you, like he can turn it in ways where you would be slammed against the wall and just make you want to puke, but it doesn't do that. And all the vehicles are all moving at the same speed. What's neat is he is hands off once he gets into that area. It takes basically his vehicle is just moving along on its own as if it's connected to a network. And you guys are quickly to this large black metal building that looks like it's kind of a strange looking like an obelisk, but a half of it goes up. There's like this kind of pyramid shape that goes up to the side of it, and then at the top part it's kind of angled down, and then it's very angular looking and interesting looking building. And out front there's this big sign that says Bureau of Realm Travel Authority. And of course, you all see this because you're floating down to the street level so you get a great view of it. And once you get out, you're all kind of like, whoa, feeling a little woozy, even despite the inertial dampeners that are built into the tech you felt the motion, and now you're on ground again, and so your equilibrium is adjusting. You're standing there, the 5 of you plus pets, and as you start to walk in, you notice that some of those what you now have seen from the Oracle look like some of those law enforcement vehicles are parked nearby. And just as you guys are walking in, you notice walking towards you, who had just come out of the building, is a group of 3 official looking in those same kind of law enforcement uniforms. And they don't appear to be, they're heading your direction, but it's more like you're gonna walk by each other. They're leaving to go to their vehicles. You guys are coming into the building. But as you start to pass each other, the 2 officers in front, there's 2 officers in the kind of police garb, and then what looks like a person in a suit behind them, and both of them get wide-eyed looking at your guide, Grimbane. They get wide-eyed and they immediately draw their weapons on him. And Grimbane, basically, you see, you all freeze as these officers are drawing down on Grimbane, and you all see, because you're all standing, following him, standing behind him, you all see that with one hand, he's opening his arm like this, as if to, it's all right. But you all notice that his other hand is going inside his long overcoat into his back, as if he's ready to pull out a weapon of some kind. And you can even hear the sound of him gripping something. And the officers say, "Freeze! Look! It's Grimbane! Oh my God!" And the guy in the guy in the suit behind him. Excuse me. Can I borrow some water, sweetie?
You can have some water. Not borrow.
What a dick. What's wrong with that one? That's cool too. Thank you. I'll give it back if you want it. It'll be in the toilet later. I don't think you're gonna want it back though.
No.
All right.
I said you can have some.
Grimbane says, "Look, gentlemen, if you're ready to throw down like this and throw your lives away and cause a ruckus here right in the middle of the city, then you go for it. It's gonna be your grave today and no one else's. But I think you should think better of it." And the officers are starting to shake just from the intimidation factor, the power oozing off of Grimbane. And then the guy in the suit catches up to them and he says, he's an older looking gentleman, a little bit more, looks like a veteran. And he says, "You idiots, stand down. Don't you know what's going on?" And but sir, he's on the top 5 most wanted list of the Interpol. What do we call him? The Interforce instead of Interpol. The Interforce. and yeah, that's Grimbane. That's right, Elijah Jack. But you idiots, don't you know that we have a special arrangement with him? I know that they went over this in your advanced training course. And the other one was like, yeah, I remember them. And the other one of them said that. And the other one was like, what? But this would be the rest of the year. This would make our career. And he says, "Sergeant McCallum, don't you want this?" And Sergeant McCallum says, "I want to go home to my wife. I just did a long shift. And I don't really want to be cleaning up you guys' bodies and explaining this to the mayor. So I suggest you put your weapons away before I have you both reprimanded." And they say, they look all dejected and they put their weapons away. And they kind of, and he says, "Go on, get in your car, get in the car. I'll be out there in a second." And you can see Grimbane noticeably relax. And Sergeant McCallum goes up to him and says, "Well, you're out of your hole today." And Grimbane's like, "Well, I'm doing what I do." And look, he says, "I apologize. We're training our greenhorns better than that usually. But, they're still newbies. They don't remember everything that they're told." And Grimbane says, "Well, luckily you were here to defuse the situation." And McCallum says, "Yeah, but once that deal isn't in effect anymore, I'm still coming for you someday, Jack." And Grimbane responds, "Whenever you're ready, I always am." And with that, he walks on his way, and Grimbane says, "All right, let's go, folks," and takes you all into the bureau facility. After that
Here, I was
drama,
ready to throw down.
yeah, I know you were. After that drama, he takes you inside, and you guys basically meet the folks at the front desk, and he explains that you're here for an appointment for provisional license testing, and the lady behind the desk and says, "Oh yes, of course. Have them all sign in. You have you too, Mr. Grimbane." And so you all go over, and they already have documents partially filled out with your name and information on it, and they just want you to confirm and sign that the information is correct and that you're willing to take the provisional license tests.
Merrik, double check and make sure Shae's is correct for her.
Yeah.
So,
All the information is correct, the best of the knowledge that you guys have, and also based upon your fake IDs too, from what you remember. They leave a lot of the details kind of vague.
Merrik gives it a good, thorough look over.
yeah. Okay. Thyra just looks over at Merrik and was just like, shows hers too.
Sindri handles his just fine. Of course, the lady, the counter is taller than the lady that she's sitting at, so you're like down below it, and you say something, and she, "Oh, sorry, sir," and she reaches down and hands it to you. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and continue.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, BT.
Must have caught it. All I said was bloody shortness.
Okay.
Laughs and then remembers.
So after that, Grimbane takes you to the back room where you're going to get started, and it's basically a waiting room. He says they'll come get you when you're ready. The testing should take all afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and take off now. Once you have your provisional Oracle devices, use them to contact Molden's Pit, and we'll send somebody to come pick you up. It may or may not be me, depending on what I have going on.
Excellent.
And once you get back, though, it will be me showing you how to use the mission network. All right, so once you're there and you guys are called back to do the stuff, they explain to you you're going to be taking, there's going to be 3 tests: a practical skills test, a basic written test about the realm running rules and general understanding of the barbarian worlds, including the terrain, climate, and basic knowledge of their primary ruling factions. And then, of course, you're going to be tested to see if you're compatible with the transportation technology. They explained that 99% of all applicants who have developed powers are compatible with the network, with the transportation network technology, but there are rare instances where they are not. And you kind of get the sense that maybe that's one of the other kind of groups of people that Grimbane helps, is those folks who have powers but can't use them and can't be licensed for them because they can't transport. So, should you pass, you will receive your provisional Realm Runner's license. You'll also be provided with a genetically encoded Realm Runner smart pin or wristband, depending on what you choose. They explain it's a new thing this year. You can either use a wristband or a pin, whichever one you prefer. And it is a a communication device and gives them access to the interwebs, and even includes an intra-web connection to the Realm Runner mission network. And that's it. So, that afternoon, I'm gonna have each of you roll me a whatever your relevant kind of knowledge skill is for your character.
Athletics.
I mean, don't you? Does your character have decent survival, Druid?
We should.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna go to each one of you individually, and so we'll do it randomly, real quick here. Excuse me.
Oop.
Sindri. Man, what has got me coughing? Let me grab a cough drop real quick.
Better not fuck me.
What was the first thing you rolled?
I rolled a fucking 4. Like I called it.
All right, so Sindri.
So,
I rolled a 14.
A 14?
Plus.
Okay.
No, a 14 overall.
Gotcha. Well, so when you go in to do your testing, they do the written part first, and you get a 14, which is not bad. Passing would have been a 10. It's in your assessment, they tell you you're surprisingly knowledgeable about Malboria. Go figure. But your knowledge of the other worlds is a little weak.
Can't possibly imagine why.
Yeah. Your knowledge of the rules was solid enough, good enough. And then they take you to do your capabilities testing, your abilities testing. What abilities, knowing that you're not going to necessarily really get in combat today, and knowing that you're going to get to rest tonight after all this, do you go all out like Tybalt said and show off your strongest stuff, or do you hold back?
Oh, I go all out.
Okay. So,
Sindri's gonna try and take a moment to show off with, because it's the first time he's had chance since he's learned his new spells, really. So he's gonna go completely ham.
Yeah. Now, I will say, even though they're doing each of you individually for the written test, for the physical test, for the capabilities, the practical skills test, you can all be together in the different training rooms and follow each other around and support each other. They're fine with that. That's okay. Yeah. So you show off which spells?
Firstly, I'll enlarge myself.
Cool.
And what else should we go for? Pull my magic up. Let's go with my flaming variant of Misty Step to appear at maximum range.
Okay.
So the full 30 I move.
Awesome.
And then I'm going to drop a Burning Hands
On their target that they designate. Perfect. They you see there's 2 people and they're taking notes and stuff. And anything else that you want to add, capabilities wise, to show off? Actually, they want you to they come over to this hand sensor, and they say, "Don't worry, it's not going to hurt or anything. Just put your hand on there and look into this optical sensor at the same time." And they basically get using this, they can basically see all of your physical stats, and they bring them up with a number to denote each one.
You see that height number is just
The one other thing that he would show off is, would he have? I can't remember. Let me just check something. Ooh. I didn't refresh my parts, so I can't do any tinkering. Just create something. I put all my materials to quickly make an item. I would have shown that off, but all my current materials went into Shae's dragon.
Since they would have had a note of some of your potential capabilities, they would have had you demonstrate, and they would have had stuff there for you to demonstrate.
I was gonna say, if we were there, Shae would have been digging through her bag and go, "Here you go, Mr. Sindri, here's the dragon."
Right. Basically, they can, you get to show off your practical skills as well. Your ability to investigate, sleight of hand, all that kind of stuff. They're impressed with your mechanical skills, and they say that it could be really useful in ways that you may not realize. And they explain that those kinds of skills are not subject to the Realm Runner laws. So those kinds of skills could be useful for a secondary career if that's something that you want to do either on the side or as a replacement in the future or retirement or whatnot. And then, they assess you and think, okay, based upon your experience and power level, you're above average. Especially share with the folks in chat what your stats are.
So my current stats are at a strength of 10, a dexterity of 16, constitution of 14, intelligence 14, wisdom of 12, and charisma of 18.
Yeah. So keep in mind, in this world, they looking at that, they're looking at your ability scores and they're like, wow, this is remarkable. Because in this world, those abilities translate in such a way that the pretty much the cap at being the best at something is 14, maybe 15 in this world for like a prodigy. So the fact that a ton of your abilities are 14 and that you have some that are 18 is proof positive that you definitely are of potential superhero Realm Runner capabilities. And so the kudos to you, they say. And then they explain that all four of you will be taking
proficiencies as well.
Do what?
Do you want proficiencies as well?
No, that's okay. You tell them all of your skills, your proficiencies, and they're like, they make note and they test those, and they like, okay, you're going to be great at certain things. So, and they give you some tips and stuff. All right, well done. So,
the one thing that there wouldn't be on there, that Sindri wouldn't give the thing, would be the ability to speak. What's it called? Basically, speak dragon.
Oh, Draconic.
You wouldn't tell them you can speak Draconic?
I don't know I can. Nobody's ever told me, and when I've spoken to Milo before, I did it without even consciously realizing it. I just thought I was talking to him.
Well, then actually they would have told you that, because for some reason they put that you during this testing they explained to you, oh, you didn't put your Draconic language on here.
I speak Draconic. I don't think I've ever done that.
Well, that's what it says right here.
If Merrik's there in that conversation in Draconic, he'll say you were talking to Milo in Draconic.
No, I was talking in my own voice, replying.
You were talking in Draconic.
See, you did it right there.
Shae confirms you were talking in Draconic
And that shocks her too, because that's her first time using it.
Thyra's just standing there.
Hey.
In Celestial, I'll be like, it's okay, it's a barbaric language.
Yeah, definitely from what I can see.
I feel like that was snarky.
So the test people, what we'll call her Lydia. Lydia's like,
Can I get in my way?
three of you are proficient in Draconic and didn't quite know that you were proficient in Draconic. That will be useful should you ever rise to the rank of a gate hero and get your advanced license, because occasionally you will be called upon to have direct meetings with one of the CEOs, and they are impressed by anybody who happens to know the Draconic language. So could be useful for you, just so you know.
I'll be honest, I'm quite impressed with the thing myself. I didn't know.
Same.
I did forget to mention that obviously you guys would have taken all your tests at the same time, the written test, right? And then you would have come out and done your skills tests together at the same time. So real quick, we'll just run down all the written tests.
What do we roll?
Whatever your best knowledge skill is, I'm gonna have Druid. What's yours, Druid?
Well, it would be survival, right?
Okay. Do you have proficiency in it?
Yeah. I got a 9 total. What did you get?
I would use Arcana, I'd imagine. 24.
Yeah, Arcana or history. Wait, do you have good history, Druid?
My survival is a +5. My history is a +3. I rolled a 4.
Oh. So you got a 9. You got a what?
24.
Wow. Okay. What did you use? Your Arcana instead of your? Okay. And what'd you get?
My history is a +4 versus my Arcana, which is a +6.
I would use either survival or medicine.
Same problem.
I got a total of an 18.
Okay. Wow. All right. So, passing like a D is 10, a C is 12, a B is 15, 20 or above is like an A. So, you
Not
aced
surprised Merrik does well on the written test.
Shay's surprised she did well on the written test.
Merrick's not.
So it turns out, though, even though Thyra only got a total of a 9, that because of her knowledge, remind me the name of your world again.
I'm Malboria.
You're Malboria.
Yeah.
That's right. It just occurred to me. Wait a minute. You're Malboria. He is.
I've got it written down somewhere.
Yeah, I also have it here. I mean, there's no reason why I can't just look it up real quick. Arathia. You're from Arathia. Yeah. So they were surprised by each of you's knowledge of specific worlds, and despite despite your low test scores, you barely squeaked by. So, because they were so impressed with, well, probably the other tests that we'll do here in a second. In fact, now that we're done with Sindri, let's go over to Thyra. And basically, Thyra, they have you. The reason why they kind of pushed your tests forward a little, even though you you technically didn't quite succeed, you technically failed by just a smidge, but they basically gave you extra credit because they explained to you that your rune carving, rune enchanting ability is incredibly unique. And not only could it be useful on your missions for the Omega Corps, but it can be useful if you ever want to live here working for the Omega Corps. You would have a lucrative and illustrious career with their magic hardware tech, if that's something that interests you. And because of that extra thing that you can do is what pushed you over the edge. And what capabilities, other than the showing off how you do the rune carving, what else do you show off?
It would be 100% like Giant's Might, just that innate ability. And then it would also be, I think, everybody else's first time seeing her activate her fire rune.
Right.
So everybody just sees like the fire chains like shoot up and like hold down like the mannequin or whatever.
Right.
And then she just goes in and just fucking slices that bitch in half.
Right.
And
before we get to that, though, I'll say that on the way, that night you would have had a long. We forgot to roleplay this, but we'll just jump to it. I'll just exposition it. That night you would have had a really long conversation. Well, not actually long, but a very deep conversation with Raven's Edge, and explained to him that if it, Grimbane actually would have explained to you, because he's because it's an artifact, you might want to hold back what it can do, because it's possible that if they take too much of an interest in it, that they might either want to take it from you or take you in to be studied with it, and you don't want that, he explains. And so he suggests that you find a way to get it to where it will shut the hell up during the testing, and that you can keep it suppressed, even if you whatever you got to do.
I would have done the blood drop and everything too, and so because of all that, it turns out he's for a brief moment, just as you're cutting through that training dummy, you hear him say, "Oh yeah, let's get fired up." But he says it so whispery that only you hear it amongst the spell effect and everything that you're doing. And the testers, they go back to their, for a second they think they heard something, but they thought maybe it was one of your friends or something. And then you hear him say, "Oh, whoops," under his breath. And then that was it. And then in my head I go, "Damn right, that was an oops." Damn right it was. Yeah.
All right, and then.
Oh no, she's all ready to just show off her prowess.
That was another one of the reasons why you ended up. They basically edged you and gave you a little bit of extra points on the written test because of your physical capabilities. Because now share with everyone your ability scores.
Strength is at 18, Dex at 16, Constitution's at 16, Intelligence is at 12, Wisdom's at 16, and Charisma is at 12.
So,
damn!
Yeah.
Someone rolled well.
She rolled crazy well, yeah. And and that's another one of the reasons, because your physical stats are off the charts practically. Like, they tell you got a promising career whichever way you go, because with your physical stats, you'll easily make gate hero within a year or less, they say.
As long as my team does.
They make a note of that too. They're impressed by your statements. All right, and then next is Shae. What do you show off in your physical? Oh, what did you get with your written test?
I got an 18.
Oh yeah, you did really well.
I got a B.
Yeah, you got a B. You were really surprised by by yourself.
As soon as they said, it's like, you passed with a B, she's like,
What physically do you show off? What powers and abilities?
So I do show off my 2-weapon fighting.
You're dual wielding.
My dual wielding. Oh yeah, I kind of have to.
They tell you that I understand you have a specialization against fighting undead.
Yes.
They say we don't have even for testing purposes, necromantic activities are not allowed in sanctioned facilities, so we can't have a direct way of testing that. But we do have this necromantic orb. If you can simply, we're going to put this inside the training dummy. Basically, it will kind of give off the aura, the mimic that this training dummy is an undead creature. And this is that way they could actually test your capabilities and see if it's true that you were better against undead. And it turns out that it works. This weird kind of necromantically charged orb is enough to heighten your skills as if you were, Now, do you, since it's only new to you that Milo, that you are a
Drake Warden.
a Drake Warden, and Milo is your ward. Do you include that? Was not on. You note that Mr. Abenaki did not put that on your fake background. So it's up to you if you choose to add that or not.
Like, no, she doesn't want them to take.
Check your mic.
Mic check.
Yeah. No, StarkItties.
No,
Yeah.
my mic is on.
Testing.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. It sounded like it was off for a second.
Yeah. Check the connections.
Can you hear her?
Yeah, we could.
Check.
What you spoke a
Mic
moment
check.
ago, we did.
Yeah. You're
Yeah.
good now.
You're good now.
So
Probably because I
I
was
just-
talking too low.
No, it literally sounded like your mic like dropped and there was like echoing in the room, like it was being picked up by a Stormy. So something must have gotten.
it's probably an
jostled.
internet thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Scratchy.
You're good now.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
So Shay's internally thinking that she's showing off not only her survival skills and her medicine skills.
Oh.
Mhm.
She's
It's
internally
doing it
thinking-
again.
It's
Yeah.
doing it again.
Oh, it's doing it again.
It's like cutting in and out. There's like brief milliseconds where it's switched on and then it's going back to we're hearing
Yeah.
you through Stormies.
It might be what happened with my mic. One of the cables.
Feel on the cable for any
yeah,
burrs.
start talking for me.
Check, mic check.
Nope.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
you
we can
can't hear her,
you.
or no, it wasn't working.
No, it's not fixing itself. Like, we can hear you, StarkItty. You just kind
It
of,
just sounds distant. So
it's like your mic is turning on and off.
Can you hear me now?
Well, I'm also near
Yes.
you with my mic, so whoops.
Like, give it back before we break it.
All right, so
Can you hear me now?
yeah.
all right, so try holding it outside of your shirt then.
Is this better?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize for if you can't hear us, they can't. So
Yep. All right.
If
so
you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside.
I agree with that statement, Druid.
what was the statement?
You're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside.
Sorry, I don't know. Anyways,
So while Shay's showing off her survival skills, her medicine skills, and her stealth skills, she's internally thinking, they just see Milo as a cat, but they don't know he's a dragon, and I don't want to give Milo up. So Milo's just gonna hang out.
Okay, all right. So they ask you. So are you all right with putting your pet in harm's way, or is he some kind of familiar?
Well, so I can't live without Milo.
So he's like a familiar. All right, we can make note of that. Does he give you any special abilities or capabilities as a familiar? It's unusual that a ranger would have a familiar, but maybe an animal companion?
Yes, he's an animal companion. He purrs and it helps me sleep.
Oh, that's it? He doesn't help with fights or anything? Maybe stealth scouting?
He sits here.
Noted. All right. With your medical skills, honestly, you ever decided that you wanted to go to medical school and become a surgeon, feel free. They're that impressed with her medical skills. All right. So
Is a surgeon better than a nurse?
surgeon is an advanced doctor. You already possess all the skills of a nurse.
No shit.
Oh yeah.
Do you also show off
I have healing skills too.
and healing magic? Okay, right, makes sense. They make note of all these things, and and they're impressed by your knowledge of Hunt Home and the fact that you don't like undead, and they're like, that's really an unusual combination, but okay.
Why are you undead?
Now it's Merrik's turn.
Wait,
I just realized thinking about Fate, I was like, oh shit, I've got better magic.
what are Shae's stats?
Oh,
Oh yeah, thank you.
Shae's stats. Her strength is a 14, her dexterity is a 16, constitution 16, intelligence is 10, wisdom is 16, and charisma is 14.
A lot of 16s.
Yeah. She's the only one who doesn't have an 18 in anything, but. All right.
Yet.
Arguably better stats. Well, than me anyway.
I mean,
Pretty much everything's covered.
Yeah, she has average intelligence, but she grew up very, 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 very sheltered.
Oh well. We don't mind.
All right.
It's like,
And then,
I thought they froze for a second. I was about to be like, oh no.
Merrik, you nailed your arcane knowledge. Your knowledge is, using that as your baseline of your knowledge of everything. You basically aced the test. They're like, okay, this guy's going to be something special, and with your investigation skills and how quickly you pick up and learn things, they make massive note of that, and again, they tell you that you can make a career out of almost anything that you wanted to do here in Progentica, and they're glad that their scouts were able to find you all wherever it was they found you all, and because they don't. I mean, they see on your record, where you're from and stuff, but. Now, what do you show off with your practical combat skills?
So first thing he shows off, because they know that I have some type of interesting interactions with Echo, so it doesn't make sense not to highlight those things.
Right.
So first and foremost, demonstrates like seeing through Echo.
Okay.
And moving independently, and then doing what I did against the Dretch, where Echo sees the target, it's within range of magic missile, and he activates and does that, on top of doing the thing, absorbing Echo, going into my my flow state.
Love it.
And mixing a bunch of things together, like just knowing what I've got, using Misty Step to move, hit with an attack, whether Misty Step, I think one of the ones he wants to try, because he's like, I think I could do this, is using Misty Step to go more vertical, attacking and allowing Featherfall to kick in, and just demonstrating a bunch of movement. The only thing he won't show off is the meta magic. Like that's like his ace up the sleeve. Like there's no reason to show that I can do that when I have all these other impressive things, because that's gonna be my edge.
Well, actually, I love it. And what's funny is when you show off your capability, your strange spell slinger merging with your owl thing, and the spells with the flare, their jaws drop when they're watching this, and you can tell they're visibly shocked by your martial skills, and they say, "Okay, this one's a certified genius on multiple levels." They all come and pat you on the back. Oh, okay, you're gonna go well. You're gonna rise quickly. They tell you better be careful, all of you, because I can guarantee you that you're going to have recruiters chasing you. So if you all have this plan to stick together, then you better commit to it, because there's going to be some folks making some incredible offers, especially with this one. Yeah, you have a question there, Druid, or is it your character?
Thyra has a question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If we're being chased down by recruiters, are we allowed to slay them?
It's not that kind of chasing down. It's much like
The ladies crack up. I love it. I wish you could. Yeah. They don't realize you're serious.
It's like trying to be a part of a different clan. I want you to be a part of my clan. They actually aren't physically chasing us to hurt us. They want.
That's all I needed to know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
got it.
The two ladies are cracking up. They think that you guys are doing a bit. They think that you're joking. They don't know that she was dead serious. Yes,
Sindri?
Did you say that these are all happening at the same time, or we're watching each other's?
Yeah, you're watching each other's. Yeah.
Yeah, the written tests happen at the same time.
Okay,
Yeah, the
so
tests
just
happen at the
as
same time in separate rooms, so you can't cheat, right? And then but you can be there during these practical skills tests to support each other emotionally and stuff, and watch on and
as Merrik
cheer.
goes in to do all his fanciness, Sindri's gonna use prestidigitation to make a little book out of light and mimic Merrik writing stuff down in his book. But then as soon as Merrick's like ready to turn round or he's done, he's just gonna disappear it, end it. He wants everyone else to see, but not Merrik.
Thyra just like looks over and just sees the scribbles of light and is just like,
When they mentioned that we'll have a bunch of people like coming after us, and, in that sense, it's like, well, if you thought our individual scores were impressive, you should see us work together. Just saying.
Well, that's going to be up to you all. Arigato gozaimasu. Welcome, Havoc.
Hey, Havoc.
Hi, Havoc.
Hello.
Welcome in.
How's it going? So
Another DM.
what was that?
And then do you want Merrick's?
Yes,
I said he's another
Merrick's
DM.
stats.
Yeah,
Merrick
Havoc's a
stats.
fellow DM.
I know.
Merrick has a 12 in strength, a 16 in dex, 14 in con, 18 intelligence, 14 in wisdom, and 14 charisma.
Wow. All of you have outstanding stats, really do. I mean, I use the aggressive method on purpose, so.
Yep.
And it fits this world too, right? So.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and then in terms of showing off, just because I know that with Sindri having the skills with the tinkerer stuff, I know they know I have the smith skills. Instead of actually smithing something, I'm just gonna be like, Sindri, can I see our dagger? Please? Yeah. Here you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is my craftsmanship, as well as his, but mine.
They look
Merrick,
at the blade.
unscrew the
Yeah.
top,
Impressive.
because that's the reason that we have it.
Again, it looks like all of you have the potential for backup plans. Should to be clear, there is no shame in once you've started down the being a realm runner. It's not for everyone. It's a tough gig, they tell you, and whether you do one mission or 30 missions, at some point you might want to consider retiring and thinking of what you want to do next. And so you all have options, and they tell you that here at the Bureau they have career counseling should that option come up. If after your first mission it's just too harrowing for you and you don't want to continue, come talk to us. We can help place you with Omega corporations that will make use of your capabilities, so you don't have to stay unregistered or unlicensed and can still function in society. Yes, Thyra.
I don't know if my question would be a good question to ask, so I will hold back.
All right, if you say so. Now, since you all have pass the practical with flying colors. Considering only one of you did, well, only a couple of you did really well on the written test. But you all are exceptional. So you all have promising careers. But now comes the big test, whether you can actually do the realm running. So they say, go wait in this waiting room, and some of our advanced security team and the transportation director will come along shortly for you to test. And they basically, eventually, you're waiting for a good 10 or 15 minutes. Eventually, you are escorted via 2 armed guards and this test guy named Landry. And he says, I'm Landry. We're gonna go test out your capabilities. And so you all follow him, and he takes you down to this long hallway that you had seen before, and down this elevator into this big round chamber. And you can hear this kind of sound. In the center of the chamber is this round platform made of a mixture of metals.
I know, I was gonna say, we can hear the music in the background, so I don't know if it's too loud.
Is the music too loud, guys? Well, you can hear the music through our mics?
Yes.
I can hear the music through your mic.
Oh, wow. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's some sort of flute or something going on in the background. I was like, oh.
Is the music too loud
now?
for the audience? How's it going?
Is it their music?
It was
I
pretty
only had
loud.
it a little bit louder than it was last time. What is it at?
It was some sort of flute or something like that I was hearing.
Yeah, it was just like, it all of a sudden, like every time Stormy spoke, I was like, oh, that's pretty loud.
No, that makes sense that the mic would pick it up when I was speaking, because I'm opening up the mic. So it's good.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, as long as it's good, that's all that matters. I got worried for a second.
I adjusted it again, but that's all right. Hopefully it won't be too bad. I need to reinstall the that other software, because then I can adjust it more easily. Anyway.
My brain just got distracted as shit. I was like, oh, what is this?
BT and I were both at the same time like, what the fuck is that distracting sound?
All
I
right.
didn't hear anything.
So it's this round
Except
chamber
wild
with the black metal walls, and the floor is like black marble. And in the center of the floor is this round platform that's made of a dark metal, It's really strange, because in the center of it is a pillar, a round pillar that comes up, and it basically has this kind of rounded top, but an indention of a large hand, so that different sizes of people can fit their hand into it, from little people all the way up to even an ogre could probably fit his hand in this. So the pillar is probably this big around, but it's made of also that strange kind of metal. And as you all get closer to it, what's everybody's passive perception?
15.
Or 13.
14?
11.
Um,
Because I'm half height.
Would a passive investigation function as well?
I don't think there's
Out of curiosity.
such thing as a passive investigation.
There it is.
There it is?
Yeah, there's.
Okay. Really?
Mhm.
Okay. Passive investigation, then. What is that?
18.
Okay. And yours is a passive perception of what?
15. I don't have investigation, so.
All right.
And I don't have it written down for the passive investigation.
First time hearing of it.
Yeah, me either. All right. So, where were we? As they take you up, they say, okay, we're going to get in line, and they tell you to line up, to have each of you come up, and all you have to do is place your hand on the device, and the color that it glows will indicate whether you're compatible for transport or not. In which case, whenever you're hired by an Omega Corp to be transported to a Barbary world, you will be use their transporter tech, and they will take you to a similar kind of room or facility with their. It might look a bit different, but it'll be somewhat similar. And so you said 15?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So if you have a passive perception or passive investigation of 15 or above, when you guys each go up to it, I will tell you first off, there's no surprises. For each of you, you go up to it, you put your hand on it, and it glows a purple glow, and they tell you that indicates that you have a strong compatibility. Actually, let me think for a second. Yeah. And they explain that if you were not compatible, it would be an orange glow. For each of you, it's purple. They do denote that the intensity of the brightness. There's also they have a monitor that gives a number of how compatible you are. They're really shocked that you all are in the 90th percentile of compatibility. The four of you being that compatible with the devices is very rare and unusual. And the thing that you notice, the two of you, the other two don't, when you're putting your hand on there, you notice, it's got an engraved little logo nearby on the side, just kind of at an angle, and it looks like a little Ouroboros. So, you were saying?
Question.
Is this before or after you put your hand in there?
After we figured out that we're compatible. So Shae has a question. So does Milo need to place his hand on there too?
Is Milo a familiar or animal companion?
Animal companion?
Then he will have a genetic and metaphysical connection to you, which would mean that it's not necessary. But if you want to, just to be on the safe side, you can have him put his hand on to test it.
I asked Milo. Milo, you wants to test?
He looks up at you.
I take his hand and I place it on there.
Go beans.
It glows.
Go beans.
It glows a faint purple and is in the 70th percentile.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Do you do the same thing with Echo? Have him go land on it or anything? No. Okay.
No. I instinctively know like the bond that Echo and I have, like being able to kind of like he's
Agreed.
gonna come with me. Yeah.
I'm still just to form the bond with Milo. It's probably only like a week old.
Yeah, I guess so. That's about right. Yeah. Yes. Question.
Is this the perfect time to take a break?
It is.
Yeah.
Because everybody needs to pee. All right, guys, we're gonna take a short intermission break. I appreciate you all for joining us tonight. Go take a stretch, get a drink, go to the bathroom. We'll be back in roughly 10 to 15 minutes, and appreciate you all coming. We'll be chatting a little bit too when we get back. Enjoy the intermission.
Over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Boo, 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 boo.
It's gone.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Spencer's pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Are you sure they have squirrels, Stormy?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate stream?
I'm pretty sure they're no.
You know, just the.
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound. But you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them, the name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. I don't know. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're going.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dance. Here we go.
Oh man.
Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
Oh.
I'm still doing it wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take it away there. It's StormyD.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And we're gonna add cinnamon and a little
The
extra.
character, she wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormy's got to wear the outfit. It's canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
Later. You soon. So, you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves.
is what Emmeline is doing. She's
Yeah.
dabbing from side to side on the stage.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
My Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar's ass liked him.
The butt.
Chonka butter.
All it needs is a little.
Tiny like X.
A little anime X for his little bunghole.
The ability to control those undead.
Oh, that's right, because you did that before Bunky
Yeah.
inseminated us.
Alright, and the Bob Ross moment has ended.
Eating my butt, freaking chair. And that deep-throated person over there, the one with the green hair. Just kidding.
We were going down ha-ha.
Oh, I didn't mean like that deep. I meant like deep sounding voice. Oops.
Deep what?
He's got a deep voice, guys. That's what I was trying to say. It's true.
Yeah.
Do you have a very deep voice?
I know I do.
It doesn't frustrate you because it's something you can focus your mind on and to help you. I'm going to use the P word, to help you process what you went through. Are you clipping it?
Everyone, get some rest. We'll discuss this later, after I've had some time to think.
It's
And
a lot to
process.
process.
Everything.
Got 3 good clips so far. I'm processing the rest. What a dick! You snuck it in there. You got me to say it. Looks like you have a question, Fern.
Is it the same color, the same blue glow?
Yes.
Now, I think if you scroll over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is the most
Thanks for saving my
unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Sensors pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Oh, are you sure they're squirrels, Stormy?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate
I'm
stream?
pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a.
It does. It's just sound. It's this weird sound. But you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're
I
going.
did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dance. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
Oh,
I'm still doing it wrong.
yeah.
All right, I'll let you take it away there. It's Starkitty.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And
character
we're gonna
I
add
want pancakes.
cinnamon and a little
The
extra
character, she wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormy's got to wear the outfit. It's canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
Later. You soon. So, you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves.
is what Emmeline is doing. She's
Yeah.
dabbing from side to side on the stage.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
My Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar's ass liked him.
The butt.
Chonka butter.
All it needs is a little.
Tonight will be the night
Oops.
that I will fall for
She's still
you.
eating. My bad.
Damn it.
I thought you guys were ready. My apologies.
No, that's fine.
You guys don't see her. Here. Let me see. Can I switch to a scene? Let me see. Make it smaller at least.
You could just unsend their cam. It'd mess up the things for now, but
That's true.
Oh, Simon, what do they need to talk out? Oh.
Scottish accent.
What's wrong? What's wrong with the Scottish accent? It's not bad. I knew it could do better, but it's not. It's not terrible.
To be fair, he's got a very Irish Scottish accent,
True.
but it does actually come more for like a not a Newcastle. What's it called? An Edinburgh accent rather than like a Glaswegian accent, because that's the accent I go for. But that's where my family was from. That's why the strong Glasgow accent is mine.
I am totally apologize, guys. I thought you guys. I'm like. Let me see. Maybe I could switch to Do I have a full character screen one? Sure. I'll switch to StormyD cam for now. We'll chat with you guys. Or BT gets left out. Yeah. Now you guys can eat your heart's content and drink. Take your time. Don't rush.
But yeah, I saw Simon's comment when apparently I was staring at the apparently when you were doing the Scottish accent. I was like, I didn't realize it, but I saw his comment. I was like, wait, what was that? That just might be my I'm concentrating face,
Mhm.
The zoned out face.
which generally gives me a look of fuck off written all over my face.
Oh, like me.
Yeah. So I have the tiny little squint to go with it. Those crazy Swayze eyes. Where it doesn't look like you're actually got your eyes open.
We're good, Stormy.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Back again. All right. Thank you guys. Hope you had a good intermission and a good break. We had some snackage, and you needed the snackings for to hold us off till dinner time later. I understand.
Yep.
Yep.
All I've had today is just what we had at brunch. And I had half of what we had at brunch.
Well, you had more than half, but it was a good amount of food.
I had a sausage sandwich at 4 p.m. And it's now 11:30.
Damn. Okay. All right. Back into it. Welcome back, guys. We're gonna go. We'll get back into the role play and go chat dark here in a bit. Enjoy the show. Thanks for staying. Okay. You
I'll
all
be keeping
pass
an eye
the
on
flying
it, yeah.
colors and are given your provisional licenses and the Omega Tech, the Omega Corp Tech, a specialized smart band or pin. Please make a note on your characters which one you want and tell me.
A smart pin.
Okay. So let's see here. There is a pin. Merrik.
Does it matter how it like presents itself if we look at information?
Yeah, like the pin obviously has to project outward, and it's always going to be a holographic effect. And technically, whereas the wristband can have a screen, but for just so the pin is a little less private. Does that make sense?
Wristband.
Okay. Sindri.
I will go with the band, please.
Okay. And keep in mind that it is also can be used as a remote device when you for connecting to other screens. So once you're back at your rooms, you can use the main screen with your wristband access. And Shae.
Wristband.
Band. All right.
That way Shae can tell her right from left.
Druid is the odd one out, as usual. All right. So where were we? They
Wristband feels like shackles. She doesn't want that.
I understand that.
Don't you already have wrist guards anyways?
Well, you can wear them with wrist, with bracers or gauntlets or whatnot. So they're designed to be worn that way. But you're right, the pin works better for her. Whose birthday is it?
Ronnie Gug's 08's Nan, apparently.
Oh. Well, happy birthday to you.
There you go. I didn't want to say it whilst we were in the middle of that, but seeing as you took it out a moment, that was fine. So happy birthday.
Is your Nan watching right now? You want us to sing happy birthday to your Nan?
I will not be singing.
I will not be singing. I am tone deaf.
I can show you a dog. Will that help?
I'll do it real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Nan.
Ronnie Goggs 08 Nan. Happy birthday to you.
You good?
All right. Oh, look at the puppers.
It is a dog.
Hey. They kind of leave you outside the room, or out to the main entry hall again, and you're done. It's several hours later, and you guys have your smart devices, and they're obvious on your wrist, but they tell you that they cloak themselves when you go to the Barbary worlds, so you'll trust it that it'll work.
With Merrick's wrappings, he wraps over the top of it, so it's just physically hidden.
Gotcha. Okay.
To be fair, it would be under my sleeve of my cloak anyway.
Right. And you wear studded leather armor, right?
Yeah.
So
Shae goes up to Mr. Sindri. Mr. Sindri, can you show me how to work this thing later?
Of course I can.
Thank you.
I will be happy to go through that.
well, you guys kind of need to use one now since you need to call to be picked up.
Seeing as I'm presuming I'm proficient with quite a lot of the technology after
Yep.
being
Yep,
so
you and-
nosy about it.
You and Merrik, yep, but go for it since she just asked. It's a perfect segue.
I will go to the Oracle and find a way to get a taxi, I think it was called.
So the
Uber.
actually you
Gooba.
can use it as a smartphone too to contact, and they had indicated that you just needed to contact Malden's Pit and someone would come get you.
Okay. So in which case, I will dial up Malden's Pit.
Eventually, you get an answer, and it's not projected video; it's just audio. And the waitress that you guys had met before is the one who answers. And she says, "Okay, I'll get someone out to help you."
Thank you very much.
As you fumble to hang up.
Yeah, they'll be out with the van, and then roughly 20 minutes later, no less than that, like 8 minutes later, she told you to stand out front and watch for the same van that you guys rode in, and eventually it shows up, and inside is driving that big half orc bouncer that you guys had met before. And
The boy is being cute.
all right, I'm here to pick y'all up. Let's go.
Ready?
All right.
So you all pile in. You make your way back, and he gets you to your hotel or to your apartments and says, the boss says go meet him in his office at 6 o'clock sharp. You want to come down for dinner ahead of time? Feel free.
Is it on the house again?
I don't know about that. All I know is what I was told to say. You all are pretty hungry since pretty much you did have breakfast earlier that day, but you've only had breakfast. So
It's okay, Miss Thyra. I think I still have some of yesterday's meal in that big cooling box.
Snackings. Unless, of course, you wanted to go to that place that we discovered, Shae.
Yeah, that steakhouse, right?
Yes, we found something called a steakhouse.
a Brazilian
Goes and loads it
steakhouse.
up. A Brazilian steakhouse.
Yeah,
Although
Mr.
it's
Sindri
definitely
and
not
I,
Brazilian in that world.
Mr. Sindri and I saw pictures, and it's lots of meat, Miss Thyra.
Sindri pulls up a picture on his arm and shows Thyra.
Yeah, it's basically what it's an all-you-can-eat buffet, but they serve you, and people will walk by and bring you sticks of meat, of different kinds of meat, and shave it off onto your plate. It's not cheap though. It's like 30 credits per person.
And we have 100 credits?
100 credits per
Each?
person. Yeah, each.
It doesn't seem to be the cheapest, but I mean, as a one-off maybe.
And
Or we could wait until a successful mission or something like that.
Raven's Edge says,
I will
well, you guys passed all your tests, so this seems like a great celebration, doesn't it?
It's a fair point.
Let's go.
Leave it up to you guys. If everybody wants to, it sounds like a good one for me.
Raven's Edge
Or
says,
we can
boy,
save some cash and
that
do it
dummy
after a
that you
mission.
had me slash sure wasn't tasty. It had no soul. I wonder why.
Because it was a training dummy.
it was a training dummy.
Even I know what a training dummy is.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Have we identified or articulated whether or not, I know Raven's Edge can talk to us all in our heads.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if we have identified whether he has to initiate that or if any one of us can try to reach out to Raven's Edge.
The only one that can reach out to Raven's Edge telepathically before he does is Thyra. But you all can speak to him just like he was a normal person if you wanted to.
No, I know. But I'm just talking about in that mental capacity.
Yeah, basically, he has to reach out with a telepathic conversation to you to be able to, get anything from you.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's not like Rylar's telepathy.
No.
I just
Get it?
just want to make sure I don't confuse the two.
I most certainly am curious about this steakhouse. Is it a far travel?
It seems
I don't even
relatively
know what-
close by.
I'm not even sure.
Sorry, I was just going to answer your question. Based upon the Oracle maps that they show you from your apartment room, it's basically like 2.5 blocks. If you think about it in terms of your characters, you guys are used to walking miles for stuff. This place is a short jaunt, practically. An easy
What
walk.
is the time currently?
You get back at about 4:00. So you have enough time to walk over there, eat, and walk back for the meeting if you want to.
Let's go.
Just a thought, by the way. Didn't we mention something about picking up some clothes at some point so we fit in a little more?
Oh yeah, we
So
did.
we might want to do that before we go for any splurging meals.
Did we find a tailor nearby?
Well, we could look that up, but I just wanted to bring that back around. So I realize
Listen.
it's something we haven't done.
Listen. At this point, all I need to do is eat something. So, are we gonna go?
Raven's Edge says,
Or
yeah,
are we-
I can relate to that. I need a soul real bad. I'm looking forward to whatever mission you guys get on, because I need to eat some souls.
You're not helping.
Oh.
So,
Get away from my brute.
let's just... How about this? This steakhouse does sound appetizing. Yes, we have things to celebrate. That will be our celebration after our mission. Let's
Sounds
just go
good to me.
downstairs and eat now. Next time we won't skip lunch.
Or second lunch, in your case.
Yes, I'm gonna need to eat again soon.
No, Miss Sarah, if
I'm
you're
just gonna
hungry-
start walking.
If you're ever hungry, just let me know. I always have rations.
I know you do. This is why you must be protected.
So you guys make your way downstairs. Well, not just downstairs, you have to go down the elevator and yeah, you basically make your way to Malton's Pit and plop yourself down and have maybe some different barbecue than you did before. And
I would like to ask the waitress if they have dried meats that can be purchased.
they do have their own brand of jerky that they provide or that they sell to,
I mean,
realm runners.
wouldn't there be leftovers from a place like this if they're cooking a lot of meat? Maybe we could pick up some of that on the cheap and find a way to dry it out in the room or something? I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure I could find a way to dry it out.
Just a thought, because if you don't ask, you don't get, and it could save us some money in the long run.
Well, for tonight, you guys get a meal, and it's roughly 10 credits per person for the meal. And when you ask about wanting to get some stuff later, they basically tell you. The manager's really good at keeping track of our supplies, so we rarely have any kind of leftovers. At least not for too long. Well, we do offer. Tell you what, though, we can offer an option for you that would be some meat that you could take and store, as on the side. So yeah, for an extra 20 credits for all 4 of you, not a piece. You can have some extra stuff.
Can I persuade for 15?
Go ahead and roll.
What?
Doming little
What did you
Sindri.
do with my lid?
The lid. The lid.
That's 21.
Well, I rolled a 1, so they're convinced. All right, 15, no problem. They like the little guy. The waitresses, they come over and they like play with his little fiery hair, and they really dig him. He's so cute. And all right, so ultimately you get.
I'll cover the extra 15 just for reference.
Okay.
So we know whose credits and what.
We'll say that provides an extra 8 total rations.
Okay, mark that on your ration sheet.
It's not Thyra's accent.
That was Druid talking to Shae.
Right.
You look like
So-
you have buddies.
You simplify things, and later on that night, you meet up with Grimbane. And Grimbane says, all right, well, you did well, but of course, your contacts at the Syndicate suggested that you would, based upon what I knew about your backgrounds. Still, though, looking at these stats, you're going to have your pick of missions, early missions. Right now, as first mission status, you guys are going to be effectively D-ranked realm runners, which is the lowest rung. Of course, it's where everybody starts. But I'm pretty confident after the first couple of missions, you're probably going to jump a couple of ranks. Of course, a lot of it is based upon experience, not just capability. So, but I still am pretty confident that you'll jump probably from right past C into B rank after a couple of missions. Looking here, I've already taken the time to look through some current missions from the Omega Corps. And I think based upon what your special contact at the Syndicate indicated, we for this first mission, normally you're going to be perusing the mission site and choosing your own missions. And I'm going to show you how to do that now that you have access to the site using your special wristband. It's basically a genetic code to access the site. You can only access the site if you have one of these wristbands or pins. I guess that's a new thing that they're doing. Seems pretty good.
Much prefer.
But for this first mission, and he starts showing you how to use the site. It's pretty self-explanatory for Sindri and Merrik. The other ladies are like, it's pretty and colorful and everything, and interesting. But I mean, if you sat down and tried, both of you are smart enough that you could.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with delegating.
Right. And so he says to you that once you've gotten your feet wet, then, I think for this first mission, your your pre-sponsor, we'll call him, whomever that may be in the syndicate who recruited you guys. He wanted you to take on a mission that wasn't too easy, but also not too hard. And I think I found a perfect one. It's definitely one that I would send some first-time runners on if I had, still had a team together. And on top of that, just to ensure your success and to help you out a little bit here, I have arranged for an additional team member to join you guys temporarily. You will find that there will be frequently situations where when you're working for one of the Omega Corps, they're going to be sending specific realm runners with you for whatever reason. They might have a reason because this person has a particular expertise that's going to be needed on the mission, or they might be a particular guide to you. Maybe someone you're supposed to get to a certain location. There's going to be a few times where that's going to happen. Also, at any time, you can choose to, if you want to, reach out to other realm runners to, if you feel like you want to shore up your weaknesses for a particular mission, you can basically have an additional up to 2 people they will allow. Typically, most realm runner teams range between 4 and 6. You don't want to be too big because then you're looking like an invading force of some kind. You need to be careful. It's a lot harder to remain incognito with a larger group. So, but in this instance, I've arranged for a fighter druid named Lee Talon to join you for this first mission. He has about 5 missions under his belt, so this isn't just him guiding you, it's also you helping him gain more experience as well. But the bottom line is he's done this a few times. He knows the ins and outs, and he can help you stay focused. So, like I said, his expertise is as a druid and as a fighter. He basically, all of you right now are kind of specialists in what you do. He has a split focus, both as a druid and as a fighter. Looking at stats and everything effectively, by the way, I'm sure if you look at your own personal stats on your armband, not only will you see your abilities, but you also see that they give you a relative level. And you'll see that you're currently all level 3. Is that correct? Lee Talon is level 5. And again, he's got about 5-6 missions under his belt. And I think he's someone who's fairly trustworthy, and somebody you can count on to steer you around curves for your first mission and get back safely. Now, as you all know, you have a maximum of 6 days to complete the mission. This one is has to be timed pretty well, but I think it's a pretty standard first mission as it goes. This one's called basically the Omega Corp that this one's sponsored by Mython Headlock Holdings. And that's another reason why Lee Talon is going to be going with you, is because he's had several of his missions with that particular Omega Corp. Not that it honestly matters, unless you get recruited specifically to be a corporate sponsored team at some point, which you might want to do. It's up to you. It's your choice. Once you do that, then I'll be out of the picture. Until then, I'll gladly be your fixer. If that's the route you want to go, I understand. There's a lot of creds to be made doing it that way. But if you stick with me, you're going to learn a lot more, and you're less likely to be screwed over by the Omega Corps.
Knowledge is more
Once you're
valuable.
sponsored by a specific Omega Corp, then the other Omega Corps are going to either be trying to recruit you away from that Omega Corp, or they're going to try and undermine your successes in kind of underhanded ways. It's a weird kind of game they play with each other. So there's an advantage in staying a freelancer in that you don't have to worry about the pressures. Now, if you start to rack up successes, they're gonna try hard to recruit you, both as a group and individually. Again, you gotta make your own choices. I respect that you all want to stick together as friends. It's really unusual that they found you all from so many different areas all over the world, and yet you all have bonded so well during your travels. So whatever the case may be, you're going to make new friends, and hopefully Lee Talon will be one of them. Now, the mission. The mission for Mython Heedlock Holdings is...
That does.
This is Assault the Caravan, which obviously is D&D players are like, you're like, wait, that's the opposite of usually the way it goes. It's usually protect the caravan, right? You're the good guy adventurers. You got to protect the caravan from assaulting stuff. No. That's not what this mission is. This mission is Assault the Caravan. And he goes into the detail and he shows you everything and explains it to you. Basically, the primary mission is to retrieve a magical relic. The relic is being transported secretly from the borderland trading village Oakenwild. And I'll go over this again later. So if I'll tell you first, and then if you want to take notes, I can help you out. And that reminds me, you guys need to help me remember to throw up your world backgrounds. I keep forgetting to do that. Not vomit them, damn it. All right.
Couldn't resist.
So back to it. I was saying, the relic is being transported secretly from the borderland trading village Oakenwild to rendezvous with a humanoid agent of the Giants. The meeting is to be held in a cave in the northern forest nearest to the border with Titanhold. The secondary mission does not have to be completed, but nets you a bonus if it is. And that is to slay or apprehend the caravan leader and perhaps find evidence that proves who is conspiring with the Giants against the king's orders. So basically, going further, and I'll summarize it. The next part is the caravan leader is named Captain Smallshank, and he works for the local lord Fonterlane. I knew I was going to crack him up when I said that.
Give true to new nickname.
Yeah, question.
Which world is this one on?
Oh, this one's on Valium. Yeah.
So do I recognize any of these names?
Oh yeah. You've never been to Oakenwild, but you've heard of it. It's a trading village far in the wildlands in the border town to Titanhold. And you've heard the name Lord Fonterlane. You don't know squat about him. You've just heard about him. Obviously just some local lord up there. At any rate, continuing on. Spies have reported that Lord Fonterlane worked out a deal with the nation of giants to get them this relic and a large cache of supplies, which will help them immensely in their conflict with the Feyland. In exchange, he gets his coffers filled with gold from Titanhold, and the giants have promised him protection should the giants ever go to war with the human kingdom. So basically, this Lord Fonterlane is a traitor to the crown because he's meddling against the king's orders with the war between the giants of Titanhold and the Feywild creatures, the Feylands, and for his own gain. The tricky part of this mission, Grimbane explains, is that most of the caravan soldiers and workers are likely innocent. They're just following orders. It is unknown which, if any, know the treason they are a part of, other than Captain Smallshank and very likely Lord Fonterlane, although there's no direct evidence of that. So, to sum it up, basically, yeah, it's the opposite of Protect the Caravan mission. You guys got to assault the caravan en route. Once it's en route, you're supposed to find there are lots of ways that you can tackle this mission. Grimbane says it's up to you to get creative. If you want to attack them at night when they're camping, or if you want to try and sneak in and steal something while they're camping, or if you want to waltz in there and talk your way through it. If you want to kill everyone on site, you don't care about the innocents, that's an option. You can use subdual to try. It'll be tougher, but you can try subdual against those whom you might be innocent. If there's some way you can figure out.
Squid Gamer.
Squid with the resub. Oh my God! Thank you, Squiddy. Appreciate you, brother. So it's up to you how you complete this. The Omega Corp doesn't care about how it's completed as far as that goes, other than, the primary mission is to bring back the relic. And the secondary mission is to slay or apprehend. And that by apprehending, you can't bring back Captain Smallshank to Progentica. But you would have to somehow apprehend him into the custody of someone either on the mission or from the town. However you want to handle that in the time frame that you have, if that's the route you want to go. Play or apprehend the leader gives you a nice fat bonus, and especially if you can. So here's the thing. The mission is worth 150,000 credits. And the bonus for the secondary mission of slaying or apprehend the caravan leader is an additional 15,000 credits. And if you can find evidence proving that Lord Fonterlane ordered and instigated this, that's an extra 25,000 credits. And so now that you see that the huge numbers that are paid for these missions, it explains why, he shares that you're very likely going to be able to pay off your debt within 3 or 4 missions at most. Yes.
So I imagine we don't know what the artifact is. Do we at least know what it looks like?
As a matter of fact, we do have some knowledge about the artifact. The relic is an ancient idol. It basically looks like a stone fertility idol with metal eyelets. And will have kind of black coating filigree on it. It will radiate strong magic. And apparently its powers are the following. Once per week, it can blight an acre of crops. And the main reason why the giants want this, though, is it has a constant bane effect to fey creatures within 300 feet of it.
And we're to bring it back here.
Correct. The Omega Corp, Mython Headlock Holdings wants to study it as a potential use in their in what they do, but also they feel like that it could be something that's potentially destabilizing in that area, and it's better to. A lot of the relic hunting you're going to be doing. Not all missions are going to be relic hunts, by the way, but a lot of them will be. And a lot of those relic hunts are going to be because the Omega Corps want to pull things out of the Barbary worlds that help, well, that don't help, that slow down their development as a prosperous civilizations. Items that are too powerful that kind of upset the balance of power amongst the different factions they like to pull out. But that's not the only reason. Of course, the Omega Corps are the ones that provide all of the magical tech. How do they do that? Well, they need special metals from
They just
the
need some
Barbary
reckless
worlds.
relic hunters.
Yes, you're relic hunters once again. But
But we're actually searching for relics.
yeah, that's part of it. You're searching for relics. You're searching for artifacts, magic items. He explains sometimes your mission will be to get people. That's rare, but it does occur. That sometimes there's a particular person of interest because of their capabilities or their power or their knowledge or something. And in those instances, you'll be given special equipment that will help you bring that person back to Brigentica with you on your mission. He explains that's going to be much later when you've advanced your provisional license from Delta to Charlie or Bravo. So in the meantime, though, yeah. The one thing is known right now. The thing that we don't know is how large the contingent of the caravan is going to be ahead of time. That's the one bit of information. There's no way we can know since the caravan is set to leave in 2 days, and it's a week's travel, about 5 days, to where they're going to supposedly rendezvous with this humanoid. We don't have any information on who they're rendezvousing with. Ideally, it's better for you to stop the caravan before you even make it to the rendezvous, because otherwise you could be in the situation of having to fight the captain, whoever on his team might also be a traitor, and the giants. So my advice to you is take care of the caravan before it ever makes it to the caves. You're going to be, I'm sure the Omega Corp, Mython Headlock Holdings, they have pretty darn good directional finders for their transport tech. Once you see their transport tech, once we get you there, you activate it, it's going to get you really close to the location, within a mile of the town. And he also provides you a little bit of a map of the town and the road to where they're going, so you can try and plan out a route where you want to do what you want to do.
And we're able to access this information once we make it back to our room?
Yes.
We can go over, yeah, okay.
So, What say you? Lee Talon, like I said, I've arranged for him to join you. Interesting fellow. He wields a dual-bladed sword. It's got a scimitar on both ends. And pretty good as a druid, pretty good as a fighter. But he'll be nice because he'll help you, shore up any weaknesses in the forest that you might need, and or gives you a little bit extra healing that since you guys don't have a dedicated. I mean, you have obviously someone who's exceptionally skilled in medicine, but that can only get you so far if you're severely wounded, especially in the heat of battle. And so the fact that you can cast magic healing is great, but you're not a heavy magic caster. You only have a few slots. For example, clerics are very rare in this world and less so in the other worlds. Add a character, I need to get a sort of list of deities. You can imagine that there are some that are truly indigenous to this realm verse, but if you think about how religion works in people's faith in their religion that they've learned or whatever, there's going to be some folks who are going to believe in a god that may not even exist in this realm verse, but they still might have powers because they have belief in that, right? What was that? Fate?
That sounds familiar.
I was gonna say.
Whatever do you mean?
Anywho, I think you guys get what I'm saying. So, but yeah, that's the gist of it. He explains that clerics in Progentica, there are some Realm Runner clerics, but they're very rare just because there's not a lot of there's not a lot of folks in Progentica who follow too many deities. It's a very magic kind of tech science methodology focused world. So there's a lot fewer of that, a lot less of that. But there are some.
Who?
Any questions? Yes.
Of course, the two of you do.
I don't know. I was just waving it never tilted.
Real quick before you ask your question, speaking of never tilted, Druid, we need to set up a meeting with him again now that I'm off vacation. And then also with Nomi, too. Anyway.
My notes are getting longer and longer.
I know. Thank you. I apologize and I appreciate you. Hey.
Where's Storky when you need him?
Yes. So I know that we are supposed to blend into the, where we're going. Do we have a way to acquire attire here so that we don't look out of place as soon as we arrive?
He says, well, for the most part, I think the attire that you all are wearing would be adequate. Her armor is a little bit odd, but Valion's a pretty big place, so there could be some unusual artists, smiths out there. And
that makes sense. I've read about it.
Yeah.
Plus, this armor was a gift.
No, I understand. It's just, you don't want to stand out too much, but I think it'll be fine, especially if you just maybe, I think we can probably, I have some stuff in my supply closet that I can probably, maybe a robe that you can, like a plain brown cleric's robe or something that you can wear over your gear like her studded leather and your studded leather. Well, yours obviously your clothing looks. Well, the studded leather you got from I guess your sponsor, and the same for you. But the rest of your clothing, I think, fits just fine. Yeah. And luckily, all of your races do exist on the worlds that you're going to. There are some races that don't exist on some of your worlds, so that would have been more complicated. But with the exception of Thyra here, she passes as human. So
You answered my question. I was going to ask what races are on the world.
right. Well, you're a little bit pale for an elf, but I mean, obviously the Feylands are full of elves and gnomes, so that's fine. And then since both of you are human and or pass for human, then you're golden. I don't think in this instance for this particular mission you need to spend money. I can provide you if you want to check out my supply closet, for any clothing you want to cover over. Yes, Thyra.
Is it hot on your planet? And if you give me a cloak, is it going to make me really hot?
Maybe. So add a character where you guys are going. Your character knows is roughly 3 weeks from the capital, and another week. Like you're far to the southwest. Where you're going is far to the northeast. It's going to be cooler up that direction, and you're going up near the mountains, into the forested areas of the mountains. So you're guessing it's going to be probably in the 60s, which is
Hot.
No, Druid, it's not hot for your character.
That was a joke.
I know. Okay.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I can see where you
Merrick's
think
reeling out
72
what
and
you just
above
said.
is hot. Yes, but anything below
Merrick's
that.
just kind of like, on the first thing you said.
Okay, Mr. Merrik, Miss Thyra knows you're the expert on that world. You just said it weirdly.
Yes. You'll be fine.
What will be funny, Thyra, is I think you'll probably find your own planet is a little bit cold because you're a bit too used to all the warmth now.
Sindri, can you not say?
Can you give us a minute, please? Team fucking meeting right now.
It's okay. I mean, we did learn today in our testing that we're all experts on certain planets.
Yes, we would be experts on these planets, but we're not supposed to be from these planets. So saying that out loud defeats the purpose.
I was making a joke.
So Grimbane's like, what are you all talking about? You're making no sense.
Oh, we learned in
I'm
So what
just
do you mean?
winding them up.
in our written test today, which I did really good on. I was very surprised. We learned that we're experts on certain worlds.
So you studied those things more?
Yes.
Because you're more interested in them?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's the problem? What was it that you said, Sindri?
Nothing.
Oh.
I said nothing.
I have another question.
Yes,
Can
Thyra.
you bring it by me first?
What do you mean by I pass as human?
Out of character, I thought we had
Already covered it.
established that he had.
Yeah,
I thought he didn't know.
Pretty
And I
sure
thought
that,
it was like a complete total secret.
no.
that-
Remember, he was the one who,
no.
in our last roleplay, he was the one that spilled it that you're
An ace.
an ASMR.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense that you're not a celestial, you're an
Kieran!
ASMR. No shit.
Lord of Bushido!
Thank you for the raid.
So that was me. That was me
That's okay.
That was
It's okay.
Druid.
forgetting.
That's
Okay.
right.
Okay. Yes, please extend with the planet talk, please.
All right.
It looks like you're growing a gray hair.
Oh, I've already got plenty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
At least you're not bald. That would be a bit of an issue.
His hair is gonna start falling out if we keep standing in this room.
Yes. Can I see your closet? That's a weird question.
Well, I call it the closet, but really, yeah. You go down and talk to the bouncer, and he'll arrange for someone in the back to take you back there, and you'll see. It'll make more sense. I call it the supply closet, but it's a little more than that. The same way that you went to the garage, there's another hallway off to the left that leads to another chamber. Do you have any questions before we do that kind of outfitting for you?
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Talon an expert on one of the worlds? I might have missed that when you said it earlier.
No, Lee Talon is kind of got a well-rounded approach to things. He's better out in the in multiple different, like, he's better on missions that are outdoor style terrain, obviously, as a druid and fighter. You know, not the best example of someone who would go to infiltrate a castle or to you know, pretend to be minor nobles and go to a party, or you know, something like that. But get him out in the forest or sand dune, you know, the forest of Avelion, sand dunes of Arathia, you know, icy wastes of Malboria, wherever you want to go in the outdoors, he shines. And that's why I wanted him to go with you guys on this one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, little boy?
Thyra.
Let's say we slay the captain.
Mm.
What proof do we need to provide?
As long as once you're on the mission, your devices can basically kind of record effectively, like, video and audio of what you're doing, and pretty much everything that occurs on your missions will.
Is it just our missions?
Yes. Only when
How
you
do we
activate.
know that they're not recording?
It's only when you activate. It's not something that's going to be activated remotely by the Bureau. At least that's what they tell me.
Can we remove them and not have them on our person when we're not on missions?
You need them to go on the missions.
That's not my question. When we're not on missions, can I just leave them and never bring it with me anywhere?
I think she's asking if walking around here.
It'll be a lot harder to function, but I suppose you could leave them behind in your apartment. They're really rare and expensive tech, though. If they get stolen or lost, you'll be in even more debt than you are now. So
I'd rather be in debt than be spied on in my own home.
I can tell you this, as somebody who's used the tech, it's not really going to be able to spy on you remotely. And I can confirm this by doing some checks on it for you.
I would appreciate you to watch you do that.
Absolutely. So, in fact, I'm glad that you brought that up. I almost forgot. It's something I always like to do for new realm runners. Everyone step up here and we'll do a quick systems diagnostic. And I'm gonna basically do sort of a minor hack on it to look at its firmware. I know you don't necessarily understand what that means, but basically I'm gonna look at its capabilities, and if there's anything hinky on it, I'm gonna let you know, and I can potentially put a dampening effect on it that will effectively kind of cancel out anything that's there.
Can he enable developer options?
Exactly, you get it. So he basically, you all, every one of you, he uses his little tablet and does basically kind of does a little hack on your devices, and he confirms, nope, there's nothing unusual about these devices. The pin is unusual because it's a new kind of device, but there's nothing in it that would allow any of the Omega Corps or the Syndicate or the Bureau to activate them remotely.
Can you show these two what you just did so they can periodically check when you're not around?
I was actually going to ask if there's any other little tricks like that you might want to share.
Well, I appreciate people who want to learn. So, and your mission isn't for about roughly 36 hours. So absolutely, if you want to come by tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning, I think I have a free time slot at 11. We can train you.
The same for any other sneaky little tricks with any technology you have. That would be greatly appreciated.
I can't share all my secrets, but I'll definitely help you
I
out.
fully understand that, but anything that you're willing to share, I will definitely be the word.
Jay.
So, just a question. I'm probably sure we could find this on the Oracle, but while you guys are learning the tricks, is there a place where me and Miss Thyra can go to swing some weapons?
Well, absolutely. There's actually a boxing fitness gym in the building attached to this one around the block down the way. It's an easy, quick walk. And if you talk to Joey Strong and tell him I sent you, he'll make sure you give him a wink. And when you do that, make sure all of you give him a wink. And after you tell him that I sent you, and he will take you to a back room that only realm runners are able to utilize for training purposes. There's probably going to be a couple of folks back there doing some special training. It's actually an underground basement area. I call it in the back, but it's in the back and down into a basement area. So you can do your training, and it's not going to cause any issues from sound, and or it's relatively safe. You're not going to necessarily hurt anyone. Just be careful not to hurt anyone you're training with.
That would be their fault.
Subdue, Thyra. As long as you don't kill, I don't give a shit.
As long as you can figure out how to make sure that this tech's not spying on us, it's really all I give a shit about right now.
The sword says it in your head.
Learn a little bit
I
more
want you
than
to
that.
kill him. You should definitely kill him. It's okay.
Time and place. Time and place. I say that out loud, out of context to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hungry again.
You as a player or you as a character?
Both.
No. Okay. Do you all have any other questions about the mission? You want me to read it one more time so you guys get a gist of it?
I'm good. I get the gist.
Do we get to meet Lee Talon before we go on our mission?
Yes.
Just to introduce ourselves.
I've arranged for you all to have dinner with him tomorrow evening, if you're available.
Here?
Yes.
What is that? It's, not basket. I can't quite remember what the meat is.
Brisket?
It starts with a B. That's one. Whatever that is.
Huh?
I want more of that for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I mean, no problem. Well, so I have one of my one of the restaurant's private rooms set aside for you all to have a meeting and a dinner with him. And if brisket's what you want, then brisket's what we'll provide. And that meal is on the house.
Excellent.
By the way,
We have food in that one cold box, right?
Yes.
yes. By the way, of course, I have to explain, as a fixer, I do get a cut of your final profit.
Why
Figures.
would you want to cut it?
It means I get a percentage fee from your mission
We pay him a little bit for finding the job
and arranging it.
and making sure we can get to and from there and all the other little bits that we don't need to concentrate on.
And to be your representative, because I know the ins and outs of how the system works with the Omega Corps. Because they will try and screw people from time to time.
Shae is sorry. She thought you were talking about physically cutting.
Oh, no problem. It's 10%. I try and take a little bit less than the big corporate fixers. They're usually running 15%.
I think that's quite reasonable, to be fair.
I think so too. The funds,
All right.
just so you know, the funds are not profit for me. They go into a group fund that helps me to help other folks, just like in your situations. Well, not exactly. You guys are going to basically become true official realm runners, freelancers, for now. But the cuts that I get from being a fixer allow me to fund a lot of programs that help out folks who kind of fall through the cracks of society and don't quite fit in. To be clear, not all of my endeavors are that altruistic. We also do have an underground fight ring that people can go and get into if it interests them. I don't recommend new realm runners do that for now, but in the future, if you're interested, I could proffer an invite if that was something you wanted to do.
Say that again?
An underground fight ring, an arena-style fight ring.
Is there any gambling involved with that?
Oh yes, lots.
Thyra, you're going to make us a lot of money.
I do really want to punch something.
And I'm in
Merrick's
striking
over there.
distance. Yes, I know.
No, I need his brain to work. So I won't be punching you today.
You can always go for the leg.
Where's the fun in that?
If you're gonna go for the leg, you might as well hit him in the head. It's the same height.
The sword says, "The fun is that I can drink a little bit of his soul."
I think
Not
she said
tonight.
about punching, not cleaving in half.
Oh, well, I thought she meant like, like
No
punching.
one
with
threw
my-
you a peanut.
punching with my blade.
Is the sword talking out loud or telepathically?
Telepathically to the four of you.
It's Grimbane's.
He's like, you all are a little special in the head, aren't you?
Absolutely.
You listen, man. We're gonna go with yes.
That's all right.
He's
You got to
still
be
struggling
crazy
with
to be
this-
good at this job. You got to be crazy to want to do it, and you got to be crazy to be good at it, and you got to be extra fucking crazy to survive. So stick with it. You'll be fine, kids.
You need to happen at night.
All right. Any other
All
questions?
right. No. At least not from me.
Okay. Well,
I have a dog in my throat.
tomorrow, you two can come by at 11 a.m. for some tech training, and you all can go do your physical training. And then tomorrow evening, you'll meet with Lee Talon, and in the meantime, enjoy your evening, and feel free to chat up old man Tybalt, and he'll be happy for the company.
Mr. Sindri, you gotta teach me how to use this thing. So
Okie dokie.
I can take Miss Sarah over to that boxing place.
Okay.
Right?
So you guys
Not a problem.
leave and make your way back to your apartment?
Are we hitting boxes?
Yep.
So you make your way back to your apartment, and she makes incredibly literal jokes about boxing. And
I love it.
yep. And then you guys, as you're kind of going in your apartment, opening the door and stuff, you hear hear and see across the hall the door, Mr. Tybalt's, John Tybalt's door open, and he comes out in his little magical powered wheelchair and comes out and says, how you all doing? Y'all are doing all right today?
Hello, Mr. Tybalt.
Did you do successful? Y'all got your provisional licenses now, don't you? I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
Yes,
I show the pin.
I actually passed.
Well, I'd say that's impressive, but I didn't doubt for a minute that y'all would do good. Well done.
Even after teaching us about the cold box thing? You had faith in us?
You learn fast, even if you didn't know much. Ignorance is not the same as stupidity. Everybody's ignorant about something, little lady. You were ignorant about how to swing a weapon before you ever did it. But now, you're super good at it, right? Learning, experience. The more experience they have, the better it will be. You got this.
I remember a time where I haven't had a blade in my hand.
Hildy man.
That is how I was raised.
Mr.
For
H.
the raid, Mr. Hildebrand.
I love Mr. H, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Nutshot?
Grazed.
Time to make magic banana.
So he says, I got some good whiskey here to celebrate with you if you're up for it. Are you all
I am. Absolutely.
But won't that make you warmer? Sindri looks
Alcohol.
around and just heads straight to the apartment.
okay? Do you all invite him to come into your apartment with you?
As long as you're
Here it
telling
is.
stories.
Fuck it.
So he follows you all over and says, tell me all about it. How did it go? What was the thing that stood out the most about your day today?
That's
So,
next
well-
week.
I passed the written test with a B.
Well, that's a lot better than you thought you was gonna do, huh? Well done.
I was gonna say, as this happens, Merrik is gonna go plop and kind of half sit, half lay on the couch, just kind of exhausted, more mentally than anything. And he's gonna bamf into Echo, and then just respond as if he's not in Echo. Echo's gonna move around for him, and he's just gonna talk from right there. He's just
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
just trying to
trippy.
not experience himself right now.
And I will grab Shae and walk her through anything that she wants to know about the armband.
Okay.
That would be tomorrow.
No, he's teaching me
I
how
thought it
to
was-
use it so I can take me and Mr.
Yeah.
Basic use.
Oh, the basic use.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
So-
You guys are doing
Sorry.
the lessons tomorrow.
While
My
he's
bad,
doing
my
that, Tybalt is going to supervise you training her on it, because it's good to let someone teach. They learn as they teach. And while you all are doing that, about that time, there's a knock on your door. Well, not a knock, because it's you hear a ring sound.
Thyra stands up, goes over to the door, and opens it. Mind you, may I please kind of like paint the picture of what she looks like right now?
Yeah.
So her armor's off.
Oh, you
Her
went
sword
into the
is
other
still
room
on
and
her-
took your armor off. Okay.
No, just took it off in the living room. She
okay.
doesn't give a fuck.
Mhm.
She has her taped down the goods, right? So that's all she's wearing, that in her long underpants. So
Mhm.
she's in her comfy clothes.
Mhm.
She's barefoot, sword still on her hip, holding a glass of whiskey.
I love it.
Okay, and then she opens the door.
She opens the door, and standing there is Hans and Greta. And Greta's got the shocked look on her face about this half-naked woman there, and Hans is like, and Greta's holding this white pan with some sort of food in it, and it smells delicious. She said, I brought a casserole.
That is very gracious of you. Thank you.
Are you all
Would you like a
hungry?
drink of my whiskey?
It's
So
Sarah who's at the door.
What?
we thought we'd come get acquainted with you. If now's not a good time, we can leave the casserole with you and come back.
I mean, Tybalt's already here. Merrik is...
I'm fine. As Echo lands. Just
And what's
We are
Sindri
a little
doing?
bit-
Oh, he's over there
Yeah, he's
teaching
still
you.
teaching.
You guys are, yeah. So Tybalt says,
Welcome.
"Oh, it's the Hans and Greta twins. Come on in, then, kiddos." And so, you all kind of filter.
Tybalt. Tybalt. This isn't your apartment to welcome people in.
Well,
We're
we
gonna
already
welcome
said
them
that
in
they
anyway.
could come in, so I figured I would let them know. They're good folks. You'll be glad to have them in for a bit of victuals.
Where's that whiskey? I want to see this guy drunk. Seems too nice.
All right. So you all, the casserole they made is delicious. It's unlike anything you ever. At first, Thyra's a little skeptical. They explain that there's meat in it, but there's also, sauces and spices and cheese, and cheese is kind of cheese is not really a thing on your world, and so
A luxury item.
yeah.
Oh no.
Well,
It'd be too cold.
yeah. Actually, I don't think
Sure, didn't it?
in most of the areas that
You're
you're
lactose
from,
intolerant.
you probably don't know what a cheese is. Actually, your character would not even really know what cheese is. So, in other areas, it might be a luxury item, but it like where you're from, it doesn't even really exist. So this is a new thing for you. And then, but it's one of the most delicious things you've ever put in your mouth, and you all really enjoy this free meal from these folks, and pass the whiskey around.
Shay does not partake in the whiskey.
Shae does not partake in the whiskey. Who else does not partake? Or does everybody
Sindri
partake?
does not partake.
Okay.
Merrick partakes,
Okay.
but only one drink that he nurses through the entire night.
Okay.
Fate. Until it gets warm, and then he only
That's
doesn't
why
drink
it's
it.
whiskey, because if it's fine warm, that's why it's not beer.
Tybalt tells you guys
I
some
like it.
interesting stories. He talks about this time when he was doing a mission on Valion where he fought this Red Knight. And he tells you a story about this time where he did a lot of missions on Valion, but he did missions on some of the others too, and he remembers going to this deserted island out in the sand, this salt sand seas of Arathia, and that wasn't quite so deserted. And he just has a lot of neat, interesting stories to tell. And you guys kind of ask him questions, and throughout it, you all tell a little bit of your. Well, no, I guess you guys would have to be really holding close to the vest and not tell him anything at all.
Thyra would tell stories. She would phrase them as, "My father once told me a story."
Ah, gotcha. Perfect. Okay. Well, they love hearing your stories. Tybalt loves hearing your stories, and you love hearing his stories. His stories of battles and stuff are exciting and thrilling, and he tells them well.
I think this would be the most calm and eccentric and chill anybody in the group has seen Thyra in this like campfire-esque, sitting around, drinking, swapping stories, eating food. Saying.
Right. Merrik is most notably quiet.
Shae has a
Shae?
question. So, Shae's been enjoying everybody telling stories. Are there any stories, Mr. Tybalt, or have you heard any stories of like a person in a purple robe with a gown that, takes bad children to a different world? Have you heard anything like that? Because my parents always told me that story growing up. That's why I was always trying to be as good as I could.
He scratches his head for a second. Wait a minute, are you talking about the Black Crown Man?
Yes. So
Oh,
there
yeah.
are stories?
You've heard those old fairy tales?
Yes. They're not true, right?
Bear with me. I gotta switch documents here.
Is this a Santa, like, out of character, is this a Santa, like a Krampus kind of fairy tale that you're asking about?
Well, if you remember, just to give you guys some context,
Tabernacle?
out of character to help you remember, if you remember before Mr. Abenaki kicked you guys out of the nest, he said he encourages you to investigate ask about him, but do not. He also made it clear it would very much hurt your reputation and potentially get you in trouble if you tell anybody that you were in his realm or that you knew him in any way. And so if you think about it, that's what she's asking about, the man in the purple robe with the black crown. She's.
Oh, see, I missed part of it. Sorry, continue.
That's right.
I heard Black Crown and went Tabernacle.
Yeah. So what do you guys as characters suddenly, as she brings that up, thinking yourselves, oh wow, is she gonna spill the beans and get us in trouble? You all. Well,
nope.
Thyra doesn't.
Not even phased. Thyra leans in like.
And what about Merrik and Sindri? Are you suddenly worried that she's going to accidentally spill the beans? Or are you comfortable with the way she phrased the question?
For how she raised the question, Sindri would be pretty comfortable.
Merrik is just uncomfortable altogether.
He was already uncomfortable. Now he's worse.
Yeah, I've got too many people in my fucking house.
Freaking pucker
Your
effect.
living room, not even in mine and Shae's living room.
It's in mine. Yeah. I will say though that Merrik is now kind of in a position after Shae has mentioned that where he's a bit more upright and attentive and is sizing up our company just in case things go sideways. Like. In his mentality, like survival above all else. So.
And Shae asked the same question to Hans and Greta if they got any stories too.
So as soon as you say that up, Tybalt says, "Oh yeah, there are a couple stories out there about him, but it's all a lot of myth and legend. He's just sort of a fairy tale, But the one that I heard that on in some place he's called the potentate." And that some folks believe he's some mysterious dark god of secrets. And at that point, Greta pops in and says, "Oh, I haven't heard that one before. But I heard that some call him the King of Midnight. That he's a powerful necromancer who secretly manipulates the dead."
Shae perks up.
Sindri hears that and he's like, starts poking himself.
And then, of course, Hans pops in after that and says, "Oh, that's just all the tales. It's just scary. Well, wives' tales they tell their little kids to scare them. It's just fun stuff." Yeah. But at that point, then
has a question.
What's his name says? Just a sec. At that point, Tybalt chimes in and says, "Well, yeah, maybe he's a fairy tale, but I've heard enough stories told around Realm Runner circles about people having bumped into him or people that worked for him that sometimes I wonder, maybe it's no one. Maybe it's just, when people say the other, that's who they are attributed to, the boogeyman, as it were. Maybe it's just a symbol of something, but who knows? Maybe he's real." Now, what was your question, or was this in character?
No. First, fate question, and then if that's answered appropriately, then then in character. So I know where we was in the supernal.
Mm-hmm.
That was Abernaki's essential plane.
Well, no, technically you were in his pocket dimension in the supernal.
And the supernal is that? Please remind me.
It's the astral plane.
Phrasing of the astral plane. Okay, yep. So if Merrik had mentioned something in the supernal, that wouldn't have rang any odd bells because that's essentially the astral sea or astral plane.
Right. Although, yeah, I mean, you can still bring it, if you bring it up, I don't know. Mm-hmm. You can. It's up to you to decide if you want to bring it up or not.
Well, my question is, it even from where I'm from, understanding space, it
where you're from, you never heard of an astral plane before. You thought of Valion, the celestial heavens, where the potentially the Dragon King or the Dragon God lives, or the Saint Celestials live, and that maybe there was some hell. That's it. That's all you grew up with, the knowledge that you had. So you being thrown into the supernal, into an astral plane, was a new experience for you, and a new knowledge and a new understanding. You don't know what the people of Progentica know. You do know that they know, all the people of Progentica know that there is the lattice, right? The matrix of worlds, and that there are at least these other worlds that are like other planes, but they're also other worlds. And so you know that much.
Okay. I was just curious because I wanted to make sure I phrased the question appropriately and didn't put us in an odd spot. I didn't remember what that actual terminology was from Fate to be able to.
Perfect. I'm glad you asked. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're on the topic of, stories, that I do remember reading a story about what was it? It was It was in the heavens, but it was like a large serpent, or essentially kind of a dragon encased in ice. Have you guys heard that one? Like, I only remember fuzzy details of it, but
They all
I
look
don't
at
know.
each other
Maybe-
and they're like, "No, I've never heard that tale before." And they all kind of
must
shake
have been
their
an
heads.
independent writer then. Never mind. Oh well. Yes.
Well, thank you.
Well, tonight's been fun.
Thank you for the stories. I thought you would be the perfect person to ask Mr. Tybalt, since you've been to a few different worlds.
Yeah.
Maybe you've heard stories.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Just be careful out there when you're traveling. There's rare instances where the transportation devices malfunction. I mean, there's not really much you can do about it. I just want you to be aware of it. I've heard stories of rare instances where the transportation device, whether it be the device or the realm runner user themselves, who knows what the issue is, but I've heard stories that sometimes people on the route to wherever they're going don't quite make it there and end up floating in some sort of strange sea of stars. And those are the kind of realm runner scary stories that they tell around the campfires to let you know that, be careful what you're doing. But I've never experienced it myself. They say that nobody's ever come back from that place, but who's to know? Who's to say? There's got to be all kinds of I've heard tell that maybe that place is the in between, sort of the transitionary place that you got to move through somehow when you're transporting to one of the barber worlds.
I too have heard these stories. All too well.
Well, it makes for some interesting ghost spooky stories, but honestly, focus on your mission. Focus on accomplishing what you got going on, and you'll do fine. And honestly, you can't do better than to have Grimbane as a fixer. I've worked with a lot of corporate fixers in the past, and unfortunately, because they're beholden to the corps that they work for, they are prone to screwing realm runners over. Not necessarily like a full betrayal will like get you dead or nothing, but screw you out of some funds or bonuses, stuff like that. But Grimbane, he's a straight shooter. He'll take good care of you. He's a bit on the crazy side. Definitely don't ever get him on the wrong side of. Don't be on the wrong side of his weapons. That's all I can tell you. There ain't a man alive on this planet that I'd only be scared more of the dragon oligarchs that run the Omega Corps. Those are the only things on this world that scare me more than Mr. Grimbane. Jack's a good guy.
Mr. Grimbane is scary. People drew their weapons on him today.
They what? And they still are they still among the living?
Yeah, they were the ones in the uniforms or whatever.
Law enforcement? Those guys must have been newbies or something.
The newbie.
Like a greenhorn.
Someone said something about being green.
When you
We're newbies.
like a rookie.
Oh, so when you're new
preparing
to
to look
okay.
Mm-hmm.
New.
Getting close to the end.
Was this in character or out of character? You
Oh, that was out of character.
Okay, you guys okay? All right.
Yeah.
But now's that time. I think it's a perfect time to wrap up. What we'll do is we'll stop here. Wait, did you have something else you wanted to roleplay first?
I guess so. No. I'm distracted because Druid's distracted. I can see all the scrolling happening, so I'm like, what are you doing?
Streaming D&D,
Just,
That's all good. It's all good. She
just
knew she
wondering
was
what's
preparing.
happening.
She knew we were going to wrap up soon. So you guys spend the evening with your neighbors, getting to know them. It turns out Hans and Greta are they're twins, brother and sister, and they don't. They have some minor Realm Runner capabilities, some minor enhanced capabilities, but they are not compatible with the transport technology. So unfortunately, they can't be Realm Runners, and so Grimbane is going to try and get them jobs in a different nation that's kind of loosely has some loose laws between two different Omega Corps, and basically it's going to take some time to get them there. But and then of course he's run a couple of missions in the past a long time ago with Mr. Tybalt, and just taking good care of him because obviously on a mission he was disabled, and he's just one of several, and they tell you all kinds of interesting stories. But the next day is going to be where you guys meet with Lee Talon, I need to write that down, Druid Fighter. And so, not next week since we can't play next week, but the following week after that, you'll meet with Lee Talon, and then after that, you'll go on your first mission. That for sure that night.
Okay, what did Nomi say about milk toast?
Then they all share milk toast. So I was like, get the fuck out with that milk toast.
Get the F out with that milk toast. That was
Hey, she clipped that.
That was a great clip.
When I asked that question.
Thank you for getting that. That was good. All right.
Yep.
Milk toast,
Well-
that's how you start tiramisu.
So comes to a close. I'm sad we won't get to play next Saturday. But I'm happy that we get to support our good friend, Lord of Bushido. I can't
Yes.
wait to help him celebrate his birthday. We adore him so.
Yes, next Saturday,
asks
the
you.
11th. Make sure you drop by and say happy birthday to Kieran.
And don't forget, Wednesday I'm having my big coming back to streaming day. It's going to be a community day, and we're going to have a blast. There's going to be some special announcements that I'll be sharing throughout the night multiple times about what's going on in the future. And we got some amazing stuff. And all of these folks are doing so good. Fate's streams are going crazy good. Druid, oh my God, you're killing it.
What are you talking about?
BT is everywhere. You're prolific, dude, and I love it. And I just want to thank you and tell you how much I appreciate you guys. I want to lift you all up, and it's my honor and privilege to do so.
And I will eventually get there.
Stormy, this is for you and StarKitty. BT cast proliferate.
I love it.
Here you go. There you go.
We all get plus and plus encounters.
That's an MTG reference for those who don't.
That's a very interesting
Kieran.
mechanic.
Yeah, boys encounters.
Oh, yes.
Love it. Oh yeah, Skithrix the Blight Dragon. Proliferate. I'm
All
an
right.
asshole.
So
I almost
Kieran, to
want-
answer your
I
question
almost-
is both, by the way.
what was that?
I'm answering Kieran's question about referencing the gray hair. It was both in character and out of character.
I see. Oops. Sorry about that.
No,
All right.
oops.
Well, let's. Who did you find for us to raid, Druid? Because I know you were scrolling.
Looking through some campaigns. Did we want to try to raid somebody new, or do we want to raid somebody we do know?
I don't know. Let me take a look and see.
Let's do random squeaky clean.
I mean,
my vote.
honestly, I don't mind raiding Aries since he's doing his subathon. He's been streaming for all week. Is he actually on, or is it one of his VODs right now? What do you think, BT?
He's
Or he'll still be
on.
on. He
I mean,
doesn't
what do you think
finish
about us
online
rating
at
him?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we can raid him.
There's also
Yeah, we will
Tantan
see it
Tater and
tomorrow.
Iltacine, though. Iltacine was a B&B yesterday. We haven't raided Iltacine in a while. I don't know, who did we raid the last time that we raided out for D&D? Was it Iltacine, actually?
I think it was
Probably.
yeah.
Yeah, no, might as well raid out Ares because he's doing his emotathon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah. But then again, Basislin is also streaming right now. God of War Ragnarok. We've never raided Basislin. And OG Blaze is streaming Conan Exiles. Oh, wow. Tell you what, let's let the dice gods decide. That was 4 people, right? That we just chose. That we had what? Ares, Tantan. It's 1, 2.
OG Blaze and Basislin.
Basislin, and yeah, and OG Blaze. So in the order that they're on there. Here we go. Rolling. 4. What? That
would be Blaze.
That would be Blaze.
Blazing Squad.
All right. Guess we're gonna go to the Shadow Realm, everybody.
To the Shadow Realm.
Shadow Realm.
I appreciate you and love you so much. Thank you for joining the show. And Never Tilted, we're going to be in contact with you. Don't forget to come to Fate's stream tomorrow. And
Tomorrow.
good night, everybody.
Reward.